Chapter 13, 26th Level of Divine Sense. The water palace remains unchanged. Chen Mobai looked up at the clear blue water and the emerald carp swimming and playing in it, and couldn't help but recall the feeling he had when he first came to the eastern wilderness, when he opened his eyes to see this world for the first time with trepidation and curiosity. When King Nu saw the azure blood carp, she smiled and recalled the scene in Dangxia City when Chen Mobai specially brought it to eat with her. As they get older, the couple finds themselves increasingly fond of reminiscing about the past. Chen Mobai opened the side hall of the water mansion. Inside, a bamboo as beautiful as jade stood in the very center. From the spiritual soil beside it, bamboo shoots emerged, radiating a faint jade light. The room was filled with the fragrance of bamboo, which was refreshing and delightful. Wenbai has taken good care of this place. Upon seeing this third-tier jade bamboo, Chen Mobai couldn't help but smile slightly and said to Qing Nu beside him. As the birthplace of a dragon, the Azure Wave Water Palace held special significance for Chen Mobai, so he entrusted its care to his eldest disciple, Liu Wenbai. It just so happened that the Liu family was a prominent cultivation family in this area, making it very convenient. No wonder Wenbai often sends some blood carp and bamboo shoots to Huanglong Cave. Qing Nu suddenly realized what was happening, and at that moment, Chen Mobai had already arrived at the center of the side hall. This jade bamboo was clearly carefully tended by the spirit plant master. Not only was it rooted in the core of the water palace's spiritual vein, but it was also subject to a restriction that prevented it from bearing fruit. Once the spirit bamboo bears fruit, all its essence will be drained, so only in this way can it continuously advance. The water mansion was originally only a second-tier spiritual vein, but it has now been upgraded to a fourth-tier low-grade vein because of this jade bamboo. With a turn of his divine sense, Chen Mobai saw a piece of water elemental stone at the core. After examining the array formation, it was discovered that it was Zhu Ming's work. It seems that Liu Wenbai sent her to modify this spiritual vein. "These bamboo shoots are ripe, madam. Go and catch 2 fish. I'll cook for you myself today." Chen Mobai plucked the jade bamboo shoots that sprouted from the spiritual soil one by one, and said to Qing Nu with a smile. The latter immediately waved her slender finger, and 2 of the fattest jade carp broke away from the school of fish, passed through the water palace's restrictions, and fell onto the floor, thrashing about. Although he hadn't done it in a long time, Chen Mobai was still very skilled at killing fish, chopping vegetables, and starting a fire. King Nu also took out a pot of spirit rice from her storage bag and began to wash it. Before long, the couple sat down in front of the gate of the water palace, holding bowls and chopsticks, eating while looking at the beautiful scenery at the bottom of the lake. "If only we could live like this forever." King Nu accepted the bowl of fish soup that Chen Mobai ladled for her, her eyes gentle as water, her lips full of a happy smile. "I think so too, so I stepped down from my position as sect leader. Now that you have also reached the divine transformation stage, the 2 of us can now enjoy a peaceful and carefree life away from the world." Chen Mobai's fighting spirit isn't as strong as it used to be, since he's already reached the top. People will only strive to the maximum extent when they are in a situation where they have no control over their own life and death, but can also see hope for improvement. Over the years, Chen Mobai's cultivation has become somewhat lax. On the contrary, King Nu felt that she had not tried hard enough. "You've cultivated too fast. You'll be at the Void Realm soon. I'll always remember your words that I would accompany you for the rest of your life. So even though I've reached the nascent soul realm, I still can't let my guard down." Looking at Qing Nu's resolute expression, Chen Mobai realized that his words back then carried such weight in her heart. Overwhelmed with unprecedented emotion, Chen Mobai nodded solemnly. "We will be together for the rest of our lives." As soon as he said that, Chen Mobai's spiritual realm seemed to break through a certain shackle in an instant, entering a nearly boundless void. At this moment, his purple mansion sea of consciousness had no boundaries anymore. However, during this process, Chen Mobai felt that several threads were pulling at his mind, preventing him from completely transcending the illusion. These are clearly the threads he hasn't severed yet. However, they were few in number, though all were of great causal significance. Relying on his own profound foundation, he still seized this opportunity to forcibly break through his divine sense to the 6th level. The 6th level represents the stage of refining emptiness. Upon reaching this level, cultivators need to step into the Great Tao and master one of the 3,000 Great Taos that are vast and boundless, spanning the past, present, and future. However, human strength is limited while the great Tao is boundless. Therefore, this step of cultivation is for cultivators to condense their essence, energy, and spirit into Tao fruit imprints, stand firm in the vast ocean of the great Tao, and leave a foothold. Once a foothold is established, the focus shifts to continuous expansion until one's Tao fruit imprint encompasses the entire great Tao. When that time comes, one will be in harmony with the Tao. Therefore, after reaching the void realm, one's spiritual sense needs to become infinite in order to master and absorb the entire great Tao. The purple mansion sea of consciousness has no boundaries, because the boundaries have become the infinite void that contains the 3,000 great Taos. This is precisely why the difference between practicing emptiness is vast. Those who have just entered the void refinement stage may only be able to stand firm in the great Tao, while those who have reached the peak of the void refinement stage are only one step away from the Tao integration stage. According to the records in the Pure Yang Scroll, if one has mastered more than half of the great Tao, one can attempt to take the step of merging with the Tao. During this process, all those who step onto this path to cultivate emptiness will sense it and become aware of its location and actions. This is the struggle over the fundamental principles. Once someone successfully merges with the Tao, that Tao will have an owner. Even if a cultivator at the void refinement stage masters 99% of this Tao, they will never be able to take the step of merging with the Tao in their lifetime. After reaching the 6th level of divine sense, Chen Mobai was already capable of practicing the void realm. He saw those brilliant and vibrant avenues in the boundless void of the heavenly river realm. These roads intersect like a net, and at the nodes of this net are like lights that shine as brightly as stars. The lamps are the innate Tao, and the acquired Tao derived from them intertwine like a net, evolving all things and forming the foundation of this world. Following his own pure Yang scroll technique, Chen Mobai saw a golden lamp. Clearly, this is the avenue of saints. The lights were bright, illuminating the entire void. This means that the Great Way already has an owner. But Chen Mobai saw at the opposite end of the lamp a stone lotus hidden in the pitch-black void. Countless interconnected and mutually restraining Tao principles collided and evolved between the golden lamp and the stone lotus, constantly disappearing and constantly being generated. This is the end of the world. The moment Chen Mobai saw the stone lotus, a faint realization flashed through his mind. At the same time, within his boundless purple mansion sea of consciousness, the world-destroying millstone suddenly appeared, transforming into a stream of white-gray energy that plunged straight into the stone lotus. This scene shocked Chen Mobai. The world-destroying millstone had been with him for many years, and although he had always been on guard, it had also helped Chen Mobai many times. But now that he has suddenly left, he feels both lost and relieved, as if a huge weight has been lifted from his heart. But then Chen Mobai remembered something else. He activated the primordial demonic talisman technique and found that he could still sense the demonic paths he had planted, which relieved him. It's not that I'm greedy for quick demonic advancement, but rather that this method can use demons to fight demons, protecting the Eastern continent from the ravages of supreme inner demons. At that moment, a bell rang in Chen Mobai's heart, pulling him back to reality from his state of comprehending the void and understanding the great Tao. Knock, knock, knock. The morning bell, already at level 6, rang out with clear and melodious chimes, soothing Chen Mobai's exhausted mind, which had been drained of too much spiritual energy. The purple mansion of consciousness has no boundaries, merging with the great Tao and the void. The boundless feeling is truly captivating. If it weren't for the morning bell, Chen Mobai's natal magic weapon, he might have become so engrossed in the great Tao that he couldn't wake up, or even directly transformed into the Tao itself, being devoured by the great Tao and becoming a part of it. No wonder when practicing emptiness, it's best to leave a few lines for anchoring. As Chen Mobai recalled Bai Guang's successful experience, he suddenly realized what had happened. However, he has the morning bell, so even without the wire, he can use this magical artifact to quickly detach his mind from the great Tao. The higher Chen Mobai's cultivation level, the more he felt that his decision to choose the bell from the Pure Yang set as his natal magic weapon was very wise. Although the morning bell is almost useless in combat, it is crucial for cultivation, helping him overcome various inner demons and obstacles, and even playing a decisive role when practicing the void refinement stage. My husband. Chen Mobai opened his eyes, and Qing Nu's slightly anxious voice reached his ears. After he finished speaking, a crystalline light suddenly shone from between his brows. He closed his eyes with an expression of sudden enlightenment, and his whole being seemed to become illusory. He was right in front of us, yet it was like empty space, and we could not sense his presence at all. King Nu dared not disturb him, and could only guard and wait. Fortunately, this period of time was short. A month later, a bell rang in Chen Mobai's 7 orifices, the light in his brow faded, and he opened his eyes and woke up. It's nothing. I just realized the Tao heart of my cultivation, and my divine sense has broken through to the 6th level. Chen Mobai didn't want King Nu to worry, so he directly explained the reason. Husband, doesn't that mean you've reached the void realm? Upon hearing this, King Nu's worried expression vanished, replaced by delight in her eyes. I'm not exactly a void refiner. I haven't yet established myself within the great Tao. Besides, it's not suitable for me to stay in the heavenly river realm, so I could take that step at any time. At this moment, Chen Mobai finally understood the realm of Feng Qingshu, the lord of the central demonic path, and others. They were clearly all boundless in their purple mansion sea of consciousness, and at the 6th level of divine sense, but none of them had taken that step. Besides triggering the aura of ascension, it might also be due to concerns about one's ability to withstand the impact of the great Tao. After all, having a foothold within the great Tao is not like relying on one's primordial spirit, riding a flying sword to float above the great Tao to comprehend and absorb its essence, and being able to retreat at any time. Once you take that step, you must use all your energy and spirit to find a foothold amidst the endless impact of the great Tao. You only have one chance. This is equivalent to building a bridge pier in the middle of the ocean. The difficulty of entrusting one's primordial spirit to travel the ocean is on a completely different level. It's just unknown whether Feng Qingshu and the others can see all the radiance of the great Tao within their field of vision, just like Chen Mobai. Because when the Spirit Lord talked about his experience in refining the void, he did not mention this point. Of course, it's also possible that the purple cloud universe and the heavenly river realm are different. However, for Chen Mobai, the biggest problem now is that he doesn't know what kind of impact the world-destroying milestone will have when it enters the great Tao of the end of fortune in the heavenly river realm. Could it be that the demon lord is about to be reborn in this world? Upon realizing this, Chen Mobai felt that he might have made a grave mistake. When does my husband plan to ascend to immortality? At this moment, King Nu asked with some disappointment. Although he already knew that after he reached the nascent soul stage, Chen Mobai would probably be unable to suppress his cultivation level, he was still somewhat frustrated after actually knowing this. King Nu felt that her cultivation was too slow, and each time her husband had to wait for her to break through to a higher realm when he was at the peak of his cultivation. Let's stall for as long as we can. As long as there's no major enemy, we can probably hold out until the world changes. Although Chen Mobai has already been able to return to the purple cloud universe and take the first step of the void refinement stage, whether he can establish himself on the great Tao of saintly virtue remains uncertain. He is not like Bai Guang. He doesn't do things without certainty. Therefore, he decided to consolidate his strength further, ideally waiting for a suspended void pill, or until his physical body reaches the 6th level. Hearing this, King Nu was secretly delighted. Next, Chen Mobai activated the morning bell to restore the massive amount of divine consciousness he had consumed. At the same time, he told Qing Nu about his experiences to prevent her from failing in her future void refinement training due to ignorance of these taboos. This place seems to be a blessed land for you, my husband. As she prepared to leave, King Nu looked at the azure wave water palace before her and couldn't help but speak. Haha, in that case, wouldn't we owe senior brother Nujung a favor? From a cause and effect perspective, without Nujung's greedy appetite, Liu Lengpei would not have come here to look after the water palace, and without Liu Lengpei, there would be no Gibao. The thought of Gui Bao stirred something within Chen Mobai. This extraordinary treasure has never revealed its true nature. Now that he is considered to be half a step into the void refinement stage, perhaps he can try to use the higher level Cantong Qi to peek into the truth. What exactly is the relationship between this tortoise treasure and the true king of the void? However, this is clearly not suitable for the water palace. It's best to choose an auspicious day, bathe and burn incense before doing this. Moreover, because Chen Mobai was delayed in the water mansion for a month, Qing Nu's nascent soul ceremony was about to begin. As Chen Mobai left the water mansion, his heavenly teleportation instrument kept ringing. Besides the nascent soul cultivators from the Five Elements sect, such as Yi Yun, it was also ringing Zhang Pengkong's. For this nascent soul ceremony, Chen Mobai also sent invitations through the Taixu Misty Palace to several holy sites he knew across the 5 continents and 4 seas. For example, there's Tianfeng Valley in Nanju, Qingjing Palace in Zizhou, Kainkyu Bimo Forest in Jiangsu, and Taixu Pyomiao Palace, etc. Some nascent soul cultivators set off ahead of time, crossing the sea to arrive. Some people who have more to do will have to wait until the grand ceremony to arrive via the teleportation array. Therefore, Zhang Pengkong brought a set of intercontinental teleportation array with him this time, intending to temporarily set it up in Baiyuan City so that overseas cultivators could see this #1 immortal city in the eastern continent. Chapter 13:21, The Ceremony of Transformation. Chapter 13:21, The Ceremony of Transformation. Above Baiyuan City, a cloud dragon formed by 9 spiritual veins soared into the sky, holding pearls in its mouth and spitting out mist, enveloping the entire city in 6th-order spiritual energy. At the center of the 9 cloud dragons, there is a platform suspended in midair. Standing atop it, one can overlook the entire eastern wilderness plateau. This was built by Yi Yun and his disciples of the 5 Elements sect within 2 years. In addition to serving as the foundation for Zhang Pengkong's intercontinental teleportation array, it was also the main stage for the nascent soul ceremony. Under the heavenly curtain and earthly network array, the spiritual energy of Baiyuan City was enhanced to an unprecedented level of richness. Zhang Pengkong directed the disciples of Taixu Pyomiao Palace to set up temporary array plates and flags one by one, and began to connect and debug with the overseas teleportation array. Just then, a dragon's roar echoed from the distant horizon. Before long, Chen Mobai and Qing Nu arrived at the platform on the yellow dragon. "Brother Zhang, thank you for your trouble." Chen Mobai landed on the platform and clasped his hands in greeting to Zhang Pengkong. "It is only right. This will also showcase the grandeur of our Eastern Continent immortal city and bring honor to all the holy lands of the Eastern Continent," Zhang Pengkong said with a smile, but he soon realized something was wrong. Chen Mobai was right in front of him, but his divine sense could not perceive his aura or presence. Zhang Pengkong had only seen this situation with one other person. That is the sect leader of the Central Plains Taixu Misty Palace, Immortal Taixu. The Taixu Immortal, having cultivated the Taixu Immortal technique to its pinnacle, possessed some of the abilities of the refining void realm at the nascent soul realm, and was even able to manipulate the void like a refining void realm cultivator. Although Chen Mobai had also cultivated the vacuum body, no matter how talented he was, it was impossible for him to deduce the chapters on void refinement based on such incomplete texts. That leaves only one possibility. Brother Chen, you have reached the void realm. After realizing this, Zhang Pengkong opened his mouth wide in disbelief and asked. After the lady transformed into a deity, I was finally relieved of a worry. After traveling with her and reminiscing about the places I had spent during my 300 years of cultivation, I suddenly had an epiphany about the profound mystery of the void refining technique, and I was ready to take this step. Chen Mobai did not elaborate on his current level of cultivation, but he also did not hide it. Even though Zhang Pengkong was mentally prepared, he was still shocked when he heard what he said. Although the entire world has long regarded Chen Mobai as a peak nascent soul figure like Feng Qingshu or Taixu Xian, they also know that Chen Mobai has unparalleled combat power and multiple 6th-order magic weapons. Now, Chen Mobai has truly reached the pinnacle of the heavenly river realm, surpassing even the realm he once was. From now on, the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness will be one of the few people who can ascend to immortality at any time. Brother Chen, have you sold this information yet? Upon realizing what had happened, Zhang Pengkong's first thought was to ask Chen Mobai if he had sold the information to Wu Qingjai. This is equivalent to a 6th-order message. I forgot about that. Thank you for reminding me, Brother Zhang. After Chen Mobai came out of seclusion, he rushed to Baiyuan City after seeing the Tongxiani, and this habit had not yet been formed. He immediately took out the impermanence talisman and activated it. Soon after, the black and white impermanence appeared in the smoke. Upon learning of Chen Mobai's cultivation level, they were as shocked as Zhang Pengkong. Soon, Choi Ti arrived in his avatar after receiving the news. Only he, the Grand Lord of the eastern continent of Wuchengjai, could make the decision regarding the sixth-tier news. Congratulations, fellow Taoist. I hope we can meet again in the spirit void immortal realm someday. After Qiutai finished updating the Eastern Wilderness Azure Emperor's dossier, he smiled and congratulated Chen Mobai. Thank you for your kind words, fellow Taoist. Chen Mobai responded politely, and then casually invited Qiutai to stay and participate in Qing Nu's transformation ceremony. Although Wuchengjai is eerily quiet, it is still one of the sacred sites in Jiangsu. Upon hearing the invitation, Qiutai was very pleased. Congratulations on your transformation into a deity, true Lord Dengxia. To show my respect, I will come in my true form at the grand ceremony and bring a congratulatory gift. After accepting the invitation, Qiutai still took his leave. Fellow Taoist, your presence is all that matters. Formalities are unnecessary. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Qiutai, the latter dispelled the avatar. Next, Zhang Pengkeng activated the intercontinental teleportation array. The first to arrive were the two nascent soul cultivators from the western continent, True Lord Qingfeng and True Lord Dang. After the two appeared at the Dao platform, they saw Chen Mobai and the others waiting outside and greeted them very politely. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, congratulations, True Lord Dengxia. Didn't fellow Taoist Zhao Leixian come? When Chen Mobai sent out invitations, he sent them to all three major holy lands in the western continent. Seeing that only two had come, he asked. Unfortunately, he recently gained some insight into the Tao of Thunder and seems to be on the verge of breaking through his cultivation level. He has decided to go into seclusion to seize this rare opportunity. However, we have already been entrusted to bring his congratulatory gift. As King Feng Zhenjun spoke, he handed a jade box to King Nu. That's a bit too much of an expense. Chen Mobai spoke, but still gestured for King Nu to put it away. King Nu didn't open it to look at it. She took it and put it into her storage bag. But the moment she touched it, she sensed the spiritual energy of a fourth-tier item, indicating it was a high-grade fourth-tier spiritual object. Fellow Taoist Chen's aura. At this moment, True Lord De Dang also noticed something amiss and looked at Chen Mobai with some surprise. The nascent soul cultivators of the Taixu Misty Palace are most sensitive to the void. After Chen Mobai reached the 6th level of his divine sense, he was almost constantly interacting with the void, which made him extremely conspicuous to them. I also made some breakthroughs recently. Chen Mobai said very modestly. Zhang Pengkeng immediately transmitted the truth to the great Lord of Dang, whose eyes widened in shock upon hearing it. At first, True Lord Dadang did not think of practicing the void. He only thought that it was the influence of the intercontinental teleportation array that caused the power of the nearby void to be activated and could be clearly perceived. Therefore, Chen Mobai was able to simulate the situation of merging with the void. I never expected that you would achieve the realm that I have been striving for hundreds of years with such ease. After hearing this, King Feng Zhenjun looked on with emotion. He is one of the 4 true ones, and he had already reached the peak of the nascent soul stage long ago. But after reaching perfection, it became extremely difficult to advance any further, and he even felt that he might never be able to cultivate to the void realm in his lifetime. What he considered an insurmountable bottleneck, Chen Mobai broke through in just 60 years. However, King Feng Zhenjun found himself feeling frustrated, yet also took it for granted. When they first met in the western continent, he knew that the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness lived up to his reputation, and he was already mentally prepared for the fact that the Emperor had surpassed him. I hope to meet you again in the immortal realm someday. In response, Chen Mobai could only echo Qiutai's words from earlier. After hearing this, King Feng Zhenjun shook his head and sighed. Is this your first time visiting the Eastern continent? Please take a look around my Baiyuan city. Chen Mobai immediately changed the subject, leading the 2 nascent soul cultivators from the western continent to the edge of the suspended platform. Soon, the well-planned and orderly modern immortal city attracted the attention of true monarch King Feng and his companions. There are larger immortal cities in Jiangsu, but compared to Baiyuan City, they appear somewhat simple and backward in all aspects. Chen Mobai personally led the 2 nascent soul cultivators on a tour of Baiyuan City and generously showed them the planning map he had designed, explaining in detail the functional areas and planning concepts. Time passed slowly. Soon the day of the divine transformation ceremony arrived. The intercontinental teleportation array above the suspended platform began to glow with ethereal light. Besides Zhang Pengkong, Shan Maiasu and Dekong Zhenjun have also arrived. Zhang Pengkong and Shan Maiasu were doing their work, while the elder Dekong Zhenjun was drinking heartily with Zizhu de Dang Zhenjun, Nanju de Gu Zhenjun, and Bijou de Jiang Zhenjun. The four of them, brothers and sisters, rarely managed to get together. Chen Mobai went to the sea to welcome Feng Qingshu, who had crossed the sea, so only King Nu was receiving her at the moment. However, Qing Nu is the true protagonist of today's divine transformation ceremony. Above the suspended platform were exquisitely crafted tables, with the nascent soul cultivators naturally positioned at the front. Behind them were the core formation cultivators from the Eastern Continent Immortal Alliance. Those who are able to attend the nascent soul ceremony today are at least at the core formation stage. Those below the core formation stage will be received at another venue in Baiyuan City by Han Jiling, the third-generation eldest disciple of the Xia Ananchan lineage, with Zhang Sizhu assisting from the side. They've all arrived. A moment later, immortal Jiang Shuyu stepped out of the teleportation array. He saw the four members of the Great Void True Monarch and couldn't help but smile slightly. Greetings, sect leader. When the four members of the Great Void True Lord saw him, they immediately stood up to pay their respects. Greetings, Senior Jiang, please have a seat. After King Nu learned that it was Taixu Immortal who had come, she immediately brought Yun over to greet him. Congratulations on your nascent soul transformation, fellow Taoist. Please accept this small gift. After being pleased, Taixu Immortal took out a pair of blue and red jade rui scepters. They were crystal clear and lustrous, and one could tell from their spiritual light that they were 5th-grade spiritual materials. Moreover, they happened to be of the water and fire attributes, which perfectly matched the attributes of Chen Mobai and King Nu, the couple. It's clear that immortal Taixu put some thought into this congratulatory gift. At this moment, King Feng Zhenjun and the other nascent soul cultivators also stood up, clasped their hands, and paid their respects to Taixu Xian. You're too kind, please have a seat, I'm just a guest today. After returning the greetings to each of them, Taixu Xian came to the group of four, including Dakong Zhenjun, and chose an empty table to sit down. Isn't Chen Zhao here? Taixu Immortal, not seeing Chen Mobai, asked Dakong Zhenjun with some curiosity. It is said that they want to pick up Chief Feng Qingshu. Upon hearing this, Taixu Xian suddenly understood. He didn't ask why Feng Qingshu didn't use the intercontinental teleportation array. Sect leader, why didn't Master Kong come with you? Seeing that Taixu Immortal was alone, the Dang Zhenjun asked with some curiosity. He went to the Wanling sect and invited fellow Taoist Tianling to come over, intending to turn hostility into friendship and help Yuduangxian. Taixu Immortal spoke up and explained the reason. Tusk, at least Tianling escaped a disaster. Upon hearing this, True Lord Dekong felt that True Lord Tianling was truly lucky, as he was able to get immortal Hao Ran Yiqi to step in and resolve the karmic entanglement with Chen Mobai. According to local custom, once Chen Mobai is about to ascend to immortality, he will definitely deal with his own affairs before leaving to avoid leaving any trouble for his disciples. Although Tianling Zhenjun is one of the four true ones, even his 6th-order QE beast died at the hands of Chen Mobai. Now, Chen Mobai has even comprehended the mysteries of the void refinement technique, and it would probably take less than 3 moves to kill him. After all, they are all righteous cultivators of the Heavenly River realm, and the Myriad Spirit sect of the Immortal realm also has a 7th-level true Immortal Tao Lord. Even if young friend Chen is able to kill Tianling in the Heavenly River realm, after going up there, Senior Myriad Spirits can use this as a cause and effect to attack him. Senior Brother Kong is doing this for his own good. Taixu Immortal spoke up, saying that after Haoran Yiki Immortal returned to Jiangsu, he went to the Wanling sect to inquire about the QE beast. However, Tianling Zhenjun was not there at that time, and he did not return from overseas until more than 10 years later. However, after returning, he immediately went into seclusion and did not even receive the nascent soul cultivator who came to visit from the Thousand Autumns Ink Forest. This time, in order to resolve the conflict, Haoran Yiqixian personally went to Wanling sect, and Tianling Zhenjun will surely give him face. I just don't know if this Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness is willing. Taixu Immortal felt that given Chen Mobai's arrogant personality, he might not be willing in his heart, So he came ahead of time to try to make peace and hope that Chen Mobai would let Tianling Zhenjun go for the sake of Wanling Daejun. Since Chen Mobai was not present, Takesu Immortal could only inform King Nu of the matter in advance. Let's wait for my husband to return before discussing it with the senior. After hearing this, King Nu replied with this message via telepathy. Takesu Xian nodded upon hearing this. Just then, 2 beams of divine light flew in from the eastern sky. Before long, several cultivators flew to the suspended platform on their swords. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Dengxia. The arrivals were none other than the nascent soul cultivators from the 2 great holy lands of the eastern lands, the 9 Heavens demon-slaying sect and the moral sect. Yi Qing was the one who spoke. Although the 9 Heavens demon-slaying sect was currently in a state of seclusion, given his relationship with Chen Mobai, he had to make time to attend Qing Nu's nascent soul ceremony, no matter what. When King Nu saw Yi Qing and Shengxi, she immediately brought Yi Yunfei up and after exchanging pleasantries, led them to their seats. Greetings, Senior Jiang. Before Yi Qing and Shen, Thai led their sect's nascent soul cultivators to their seats. They first came to Tai Su Xian's table to pay their respects. This is the esteemed presence of the leader of the most prestigious holy land in the heavenly river realm. You're too kind, please have a seat. After Takesu Xian nodded in response, he pointed to the 2 tables beside him. Yi Qing and Shen Zai instructed their nascent soul cultivators to go to the seats in the back, and then sat down next to Takesu Xian. Just then, a deafening dragon roar echoed from the distant horizon. After the dragon's roar, a phoenix's cry followed. Then, the 2 primordial spirit avatars traversed 1,000 miles in an instant and arrived in front of the suspended platform. I'm a step late, please forgive me, fellow Taoists. Chen Mobai landed on the yellow dragon and greeted the surroundings with a smile. Following him, a fiery red phoenix image descended and transformed into Feng Qingshu. The astonishment of the newly arrived nascent soul cultivators, they were unable to sense the presence of these 2 individuals. Takesu Xian was taken aback at first, then opened his eyes and revealed a hint of surprise. He was all too familiar with this situation. Sect leader, young friend Chen recently broke through his cultivation level and is ready to practice the void realm at any time. Seeing Takesu Xian's expression, Dekong Zhenjun remembered that he hadn't told him about this yet, so he immediately sent a telepathic message. Chapter 1322, Demonstration of Magic and Alchemy. Chapter 1322, Demonstration of Magic and Alchemy. After the guess was confirmed, even someone as shrewd as Takesu Xian couldn't help but be shocked. How long has the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness been cultivating, and he's already at the void refinement stage? It should be noted that even he relied on the Tai Su measuring ruler, a treasure for achieving enlightenment, to comprehend the key to refining the void and take this step. Congratulations, young friend. Having fully grasped Chen Mobai's extraordinary talent, Takesu Immortal immediately stood up and led Dakong Zhenjun and others to greet him. Thank you for waiting for me, senior. Chen Mobai immediately returned the greeting, and King Nu had already brought Yi Yun over, guiding Feng Qingshu to her position. I didn't expect that Senior Kong would still remember this matter. Upon hearing the reason why Haoran Yiki Immortal hadn't arrived yet, Chen Mobai felt that he had gone to unnecessary trouble. If Tianling Zhenjun wasn't coming, he wasn't coming anyway. He hadn't invited him. He could just find an opportunity to kill him later and sever that connection. Of course, he couldn't say that openly. With some time still before the official start of the Nascent Soul ceremony, Chen Mobai first toasted each of the Nascent Soul True Lords present. This time, he sent invitations to almost all the holy sites he knew, and the vast majority of them were very accommodating. Even those who were at the Nascent Soul stage and couldn't come in person still sent gifts. For example, pharmacist Li from the Medicine King sect was accompanying true monarch Wuchen in refining pills, so his disciple came over and delivered a 5th-grade spiritual herb. The Holy Lands usually send 5th-tier gifts, which means that the Western continent is relatively poor, or perhaps Little Thunder Immortal didn't want to spend money, so he only sent a 4th-tier Thunder Spirit ore. Furthermore, even the Xuanhu sect, though Yan Zhongxian was too embarrassed to come himself, sent Yuanhu Shangren, who had interacted with Chen Mobai at the Beidou conference, to deliver a 5th-grade 9 Yang True Fire Stone. Although this is of no use to Chen Mobai now, it at least shows that the Xuanhu sect has inquired about his preferences and is using this to express goodwill. After accepting the gift, Chen Mobai treated Yuan Hu Shangren with great courtesy, arranging for him to sit in the row behind the nascent soul stage. He even went over to chat with Yuan Hu Shangren for a few words when offering a toast. Chen Mobai asked about the fifth-order magic weapon that Yuan Hu had originally wanted to forge. Yuan Hu smiled and said that it had been completed. Although Yan Zhangxian had helped him at the last moment, he had done most of the work himself. According to the standards of the 5 continents and 4 seas, he was a true fifth-order weapon refiner. Congratulations! I'll be demonstrating how to craft magic weapons at the Nascent Soul ceremony later. I'll definitely be able to craft a high-grade 5th-order weapon, and if I'm lucky, I might even be able to craft a 6th-order one. Fellow Taoist, you can take a look, and we can exchange our experiences then. Chen Mobai's words made Yuan Hu repeatedly say he dared not, indicating that with his level of weapon crafting, it would be good enough if he could even understand them. During the conversation, the intercontinental teleportation array at the very center of the suspended platform lit up with a silver light. The 9 spiritual dragon veins immediately drew upon the 6th-order spiritual energy from Baiyuan City and supplied it to Zhang Pengkong, who then connected it with the teleportation array in Zhangzhou. After the silver light shone to its fullest extent, Kong Wenyan, the immortal of the vast Qi, stepped out from it. Why are you alone, fellow Taoist? Taixu Immortal asked with some surprise when he didn't see Tianling Zhenjun. Fellow Taoist Tianling is still in seclusion healing his injuries and is unable to travel, so he asked me to bring this gift as an apology for the Qi beast's previous rampage after leaving the Wanling sect. Kong Wenyan spoke expressionlessly, seemingly somewhat dissatisfied that he had failed to invite Tianling Zhenjun despite his personal visit. However, he still fulfilled his duty as the leader of the righteous path in Zhangzhou by handing a storage bag to Chen Mobai. Today is my wife's nascent soul ceremony. As for my matter with the Myriad Spirits sect, we'll discuss it after the ceremony. Chen Mobai did not accept it and politely declined. The fact that the Heavenly Spirit True Lord did not come shows that he has no intention of reconciliation. Fellow Taoist, please take a look at the items first. Perhaps fellow Taoist Tianling is very sincere. Heoran Yiqixian said something like this. Chen Mobai smiled slightly at this, gestured to Yin Qingmei beside him to bring over a wine glass, filled it, and handed it to Heoran Yiqixian, emphasizing his attitude that he would not discuss this matter today. His karmic ties with Tianling Zhenjun were essentially mortal enemies. If he were to ascend to immortality, he would definitely need to eliminate this formidable enemy before leaving. Unless, of course, Heavenly Spirit True Monarch ascended to the Spirit Void immortal realm before him, or either he simply died. Even if Tianling Zhenjun swore to him that they would forgive and forget their past hatred, Chen Mobai still wouldn't believe it. Seeing that Chen Mobai didn't want to talk, Heoran Yiqixian put away his storage bag. He had already done enough to live up to his status as the leader of the righteous path in Zhangzhou. After putting the matter aside, he chatted happily with Chen Mobai, took a sip of wine, his eyes lit up, and he drank it all in one gulp, praising, "Good wine. This is the 5-colored spirit wine brewed by my disciple Zhuo Ming. This jar has been aged for 100 years. Chen Mobai began by introducing the dishes and immediately refilled the cups of the guests in front of him. After a few drinks, it was time for the grand ceremony of transforming into a god to officially begin. Chen Mobai bid farewell and, together with Qing Nu, went to the main seat on the suspended platform to begin the ceremony. After the ceremony, the discussion session began. This step mainly involves Qing Nu, the main character, sharing her insights and experiences regarding the nascent soul realm, while demonstrating her cultivation techniques while concealing her true abilities as much as possible. During this process, the guests attending the banquet will participate. There will be nascent soul cultivators who also practice water attribute techniques, discussing the great Tao of water with Qing Nu, and there will be nascent soul cultivators who are proficient in alchemy, asking about various secrets of alchemy. Overall, the atmosphere was very friendly. This relieved Chen Mobai. Due to local customs, hostile forces often come to the area during such grand ceremonies to deliberately provoke them. For example, if you have just reached the nascent soul stage, a senior nascent soul true lord will come along. Ostensibly, it's a discussion about cultivation techniques, but in reality, it's a serious fight. During the exchange of spells, the lord will strike with full force. Those who have just entered the nascent soul stage will definitely be no match for each other in sparring, and will be severely defeated. Not only could it shatter one's Tao heart, but it could also cause the nascent soul ceremony, which should have boosted morale, to become a source of shame for the sect and its disciples. Therefore, in response to this situation, holy sites with insufficient foundation will invite other deities from the same holy site to come and support them, while some simply do not hold the grand ceremony at all. With Chen Mobai's strength, he certainly wouldn't be worried about taking action, since no one in the heavenly river realm is his match. However, if this happens, the grand ceremony of transforming into a deity, which should be a joyous occasion, will not be so cheerful. Seeing that the nascent soul ceremony was proceeding smoothly, and that none of the nascent soul guests asked Qing Nu to spar with them, Chen Mobai couldn't help but nod in approval. After expounding the Dharma and spreading the teachings, they entered the part that Qing Nu excelled at. She was going to refine a batch of 5th-grade pills on the spot. This nascent soul ceremony is also a huge stage for showcasing oneself. After Qing Nu demonstrates her alchemy skills, the other nascent soul cultivators, if they wish to show off, can also take this opportunity to display their expertise in various cultivation arts. The former Flame Immortal forged a 5th-tier magic weapon on the spot during the nascent soul transformation ceremony of the vast Qi Immortal, which propelled his fame to great heights, eventually making him one of the 3 immortals. The Qing Nu is going to refine a 5th-order lifeblood refining pill this time. She could refine 5th-grade pills when she was in the nascent soul stage, and now that she has reached the deity stage, she can do it with ease. To showcase her superb skills, Qing Nu didn't even borrow Chen Mobai's pure yang cauldron. Instead, she simply held it in her bare hand, condensed water into a pool, and used no other tools. Relying solely on her own skills, she extracted the essence of each medicinal herb with the abyss true water and mixed them into one furnace. 49 days later, in the true water medicine pool in Qing Nu's palm, 10 pills as white as blood jade had taken shape, radiating a rich crimson spiritual light. In order to avoid delaying your precious time, I have reduced the potency of the medicine and increased the speed of refining and condensing the pills. This batch of pills is only of the quality of the 5th grade, low grade. As Qing Nu spoke, she reached into the medicine pool with her other hand, sealed and extracted the medicinal properties of the 10 life refining blood pills, and placed them into a bottle that had been prepared beforehand. You've mastered it. Even Hao Ran Yiqixian and Tai Suxian were somewhat shocked upon seeing this. This is a 5th grade pill. Normally, it would take their sect's alchemists at least several years to complete the entire process of refining, nurturing, and extracting the pill. This is why the nascent soul ceremony often lasts for several years at a time, because once you reach the 5th level, everything from pills and magic tools to talisman making and array setting requires time to measure. For nascent soul cultivators, this is also a rare opportunity for them to exchange skills and knowledge. Therefore, knowing that many fellow cultivators would be attending the grand ceremony, all the nascent soul cultivators from holy lands across the 5 continents and 4 seas were willing to come and have a chat. Instead of working in isolation, it's better to exchange ideas with peers. The Holy Way Assembly of Kainkyu by Malin is famous because holy sites from all over the world come to attend. So both Wuchen and Dakong felt very sorry that Chen Mobai was in seclusion and didn't come. With Chen Mobai's weapon-refining skills and cultivation, he is sure to shine and bring glory to the Eastern continent. Even without the Holy Tao Assembly, Chen Mobai's brilliance had already soared to the heavens, earning him the respect and awe of all the nascent soul cultivators in the heavenly river realm. Watching you refine pills is always a pleasure to watch. The speaker was Feng Qingshu, who was also a 5th-level alchemist. If she hadn't never refined pills for outsiders, she might have been able to compete for the title of the #1 alchemist in the heavenly river realm. Even so, her knowledge of alchemy was still top-notch. When Chen Mobai brought Qing Nu's 2nd primordial spirit to Du Guangai, Feng Qingshu didn't pay much attention at first, thinking she was just a lucky girl who would marry the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness. But soon, Qing Nu used her unparalleled alchemy skill to bring Feng Qingshu an unparalleled shock. This shock was different from when Chen Mobai repaired the strings of the 9 Tribulations' heavenly phoenix Qin. Because Feng Qingshu's skill in weapon crafting was not profound, she simply felt that Chen Mobai was very capable. However, Feng Qingshu was very proud of her alchemy skills, because when she was young, she followed the previous generation's valley master of Tianfeng Valley, who was also her mother, to refine sixth-grade pills. By the standards of the Heavenly River realm, Feng Qingshu could even call herself a sixth-order alchemist. Although she didn't care about this title, she believed that her alchemy skills were the best in the Heavenly River realm. It might take the combined strength of true monarch Wuchen and pharmacist Li to be comparable to her. But even with such confidence, she felt ashamed after witnessing and personally tasting the fifth-grade pills refined by Qing Nu. She had seen fifth-tier pills without any poison, but only sixth-tier alchemists like her mother could make them, and even then, the medicinal properties would be reduced by 1 or 2/10. However, the fifth-grade pills refined by Qing Nu are not only free of poison, but their medicinal properties are also 99% or even 100% perfect. From this point, Feng Qingshu, who was proficient in alchemy, knew that King Nu's level was far above her own. Although both are fifth-level alchemists, they could even be said to be on a completely different level. "Thank you for the compliment, Chief Feng." King Nu smiled slightly and placed the 10 sealed life-refining blood pills one by one on the prepared table. The waiting nascent soul cultivators swarmed forward, beginning to appreciate the newly refined pills in their own ways. Feng Qingshu, Heoran Yiki Xian, and Taixu Xian each occupied one, and no one competed with them for it. They poured it into their palms, and after examining and smelling the elixir, they were all full of praise. There weren't many nascent soul cultivators present, and everyone quickly had their turn to appreciate it. Shangxi held the pill in his hand with great affection. Only an alchemist like him could know just how perfect the pill King Nu had refined was. All the medicinal properties of the herbs were perfectly extracted and utilized, and the quality of the elixir was precisely controlled at the fifth-grade low level, with no waste and no excess. If Shangxi were to refine the same pill, he would definitely prepare 30% more medicinal materials, preferring to waste more rather than be so tight on the raw materials. Only someone with extreme confidence in their alchemy skills would dare to do this. And there are quite a few like Shangxi who can see through the mysteries. Just who is this true monarch Dengxia? His alchemy skills are unmatched even by those of my central plains. Taixu Immortal, somewhat curious, transmitted his voice to Heoran Yiki Immortal and asked. The Taixu Misty Palace is a neutral holy land that focuses on doing business, so its understanding of the alchemy industry is not as good as that of the Thousand Autumns Ink Forest. Moreover, within the Thousand Autumns of Ink and Brush Forest, there is a nascent soul true lord who is known as the #1 alchemist in the Central Plains. There is only one place whose alchemy skills surpass those of both my Thousand Autumns Ink Forest and Heavenly Phoenix Valley. After a moment of silence, Heoran Yiki Xian replied with these words. "You mean?" Taixu Immortal quickly understood where Heoran Yiki Immortal was referring to, and his face showed surprise. "You must be the lord of the eastern continent of Wuchengjai. Do you have any records of this true Lord Dengxia?" At that moment, Kui Tai, who had been drinking in the corner, suddenly heard a series of telepathic messages in his ears. Everyone asked the same question. Chapter 1323 Dusk Drum. Chapter 1323 Dusk Drum. Yes, I do have some, but I doubt it contains what you're looking for. Although Kui Tai really wanted to make this money, the nascent soul cultivators present were all of extraordinary status. Even the leader of Wuchengjai, Lun Juanweng, had to treat them with great respect, so he took precautions in advance. The files concerning Qing Nu were initiated by Wuchengjai after Chen Mobai's transformation into a deity. The main reason was that Chen Mobai was too cautious. Before reaching the nascent soul stage, he never allowed Dengxia Pavilion to sell any fifth-tier pills. The Wuchengjai, Chinese letter, is only dedicated to cultivators at the nascent soul stage, and those possessing the 5 levels of immortal cultivation skills. It has a separate volume for each of them. Previously, information about Qing Nu was found in the records of the 5 Elements sect or the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness. What was collected afterward was merely information deliberately released by Chen Mobai. For example, he was apprenticed to a strange man from the desolate ruins, and was highly skilled in both alchemy and the cultivation of spiritual plants, as well as practicing the Black Emperor Abyss scripture, etc. Kui Tai understood that the nascent soul cultivators present wanted to know about Qing Nu's lineage and background. However, Wuchengjai suspects that the so-called strange man from the desolate ruins is fictional and does not exist. After all, if it were true, now that Qing Nu has become a deity, her master couldn't possibly not come. He couldn't very well say that she died during the Nine Heavens tribulation. However, if that's the case, according to local custom, Chen Mobai and King Nu, as a couple, should mention a moment of remembrance during the transformation ceremony. The fact that they haven't said anything means they're still alive, but haven't come. The only explanation for Wu Qingjai is that this mysterious person is in seclusion. There is no further detailed information available. There was speculation, based on Qing Nu's expertise in water-based alchemy, that it was a lineage of the Heavenly Sea Mother Palace. However, the records of Wu Qingjai only contained confirmed information. Such possible speculations were not included. At most, they'll provide these unverified messages during the transaction if the customer asks, leaving the customer to decide for themselves. Tell me first, I'll owe you the paid knowledge for now. Hui Tai soon heard the voice transmission of several nascent soul cultivators. At this level, they all became prominent figures. Hui Tai wasn't worried that they wouldn't return the documents, so he immediately compiled Qing Nu's files into a long string of audio and transmitted it to the nascent soul cultivators. As for the leaders of holy lands such as Taixu Immortal and Heoran Yiki Immortal, they only need to pay directly after Hui Tai sends a telepathic message, as they still have a balance in Wu Qingjai. After listening to the case file about Qing Nu, everyone was not very satisfied. What kind of strange person is this in the desolate ruins? There is no one in the eastern continent whose alchemy skills are better than those of the moral sect. The one who best meets the criteria for Qing Nu's master is Wu Chen Zhenjun, however. Shen Zai can guarantee that Qing Nu is definitely not his junior sister. Because even when true Lord Wu Chen was at the same level, his alchemy skills were inferior to those of Qing Nu. In the Heavenly River realm, masters always hold back a few tricks when teaching their disciples, so it is almost impossible for a disciple to surpass his master. If it's not true monarch Wu Chen, then we can only guess it's someone from the Jellyfish Palace. After all, only this holy land possesses the alchemy tradition, which certainly surpasses that of the moral sect. However, the Jellyfish Palace has not seen any deities leave the heavenly sea for thousands of years. Even if they come to Dongzhu, they will definitely go to the morality sect first. The morality ancestor is a disciple of the jellyfish with a clean lineage. Chen Mobai vaguely sensed the undercurrents surging among the nascent soul cultivators, but he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, he could now be considered the number one person in the Heavenly River realm, and Qing Nu had also reached the nascent soul stage, displaying fifth-order alchemy skills, which could be considered as laying the groundwork for Danxia Pavilion to spread throughout the 5 continents and 4 seas in the future. Gentlemen, since the lady has demonstrated her alchemy skills, I will also take the opportunity to refine a magical artifact. Seeing that Shanxi and the others reluctantly put the life-refining blood pill back on the table, Chen Mobai felt it was time for him to show off. He smiled slightly and took out the QE beast skin that he had prepared beforehand. The QE beast is a 6th-order true spirit, and its hide is a genuine 6th-order spiritual material, also containing the Taoist essence of the great Tao of armor. Using this material, Chen Mobai is 100% confident that he can forge a 6th-order magic weapon, but he doesn't know how long it will take. He naturally hoped to master the skill in a short time, just like Qing Nu, which is why he didn't hesitate to waste materials. However, considering that the nascent soul ceremony usually takes several years, Chen Mobai felt that even if he couldn't succeed in a short time, he would have enough time to nurture his 6th-order spirituality. Fellow Taoist, do you need my help with chores? Upon seeing the materials Chen Mobai had taken out, the perceptive Yuan Hu Zhenren immediately raised his hand from the back row to speak, expressing his desire to take advantage of this weapon-refining opportunity. If he truly masters a 6th-tier magic weapon, Yuan Hu Shangren will be able to become a 6th-tier weapon refiner while still at the nascent soul stage. After returning to the Xuanhu sect, even the flame immortal ancestor would outwardly be inferior to him. Although Yuan Hu had anticipated that this move might incur the wrath of the flame immortal ancestor, this was still a 6th-tier weapon refiner. Once he gets involved, his name, Yuan Hu, will be the envy of all future generations in the entire Tianhe realm's weapon refining industry for thousands of years to come. Fellow Taoist, I also have some knowledge of weapon crafting. Upon hearing Yuan Hu's words, others immediately realized what was going on. King Feng Zhenjun, disregarding his pride, also spoke up. Me too. Me too. Soon, on the entire suspended platform, apart from Haoran Yiki Immortal, Takesu Immortal, and Feng Qingshu who couldn't bring themselves to do it, almost all the other nascent soul true monarchs gathered around Chen Mobai, showcasing their weapon-refining skills. Chen Mobai has never liked this kind of trend, but the fact that the nascent soul cultivators present were able to attend Qing Nu's nascent soul ceremony was a sign of respect for him, so he naturally had to return the favor. Therefore, they welcome all comers. As long as they are 5th-level weapon refiners, they are all invited to join this weapon refining activity. This threshold effectively filters out those like Shanxi, who are just there for the fun of it. What kind of magical artifact do you intend to refine, fellow Taoist? The selected true monarch King Feng touched the QE beast skin, which exuded Taoist charm, wanting to know what he would be involved in refining next. First, make a drum. Cut off the larger piece of the excess scrap to make a robe. Use the smaller piece to make a pair of thunder boots and a thunder suppressor bag. Chen Mobai shared his thoughts. He had already consulted with the Spirit Lord about the 6th-tier material, QE beast hide, and there were dozens of draft blueprints. Can so many magical artifacts be made from just one piece of skin? Upon hearing this, King Feng Zhenjun and the others were greatly surprised. In their view, this piece of leather is enough to make a drum, and although there are ways to use the scraps, they would probably only make a glove or a rope. I won't take up any more of your time at this nascent soul ceremony. I'll just make one drum, which I plan to name the evening drum. It will be used to awaken and enlighten disciples when they go astray in their cultivation. I'll place it in the sect as a legacy for future generations. If Chen Mobai were to ascend, he would definitely take the Haitian mirror with him. If the 5 Elements sect only relied on the pure bamboo, there would definitely be loopholes in its ability to protect against the heart demon Tao. Therefore, he had long been thinking about refining a similar magic weapon to replace it. After discussing it with Lingzhen Chengxuan and the others, they decided on this evening drum. Coincidentally, among the Tao fruits on the jade tree in the pill cauldron, there was also a Tao fruit in the shape of a drum, which he had already refined and mastered. After obtaining the most important QE beast hide, the remaining wood can be made from the sun god wood of Wandering Mountain. Although it is only of the 5th rank, the sun god wood contains the supreme yang and supreme strength of the great Tao, which is also very effective against demonic techniques, making it a perfect match for the QE beast hide. Of course, the main reason is that Tianfeng Valley does not sell 6th-tier Wudong divine wood. If there were a 6th-tier weapon, Chen Mobai would definitely not use a 5th-tier one. After all, the Wudong divine tree is considered the ancestor of the Phoenix clan, and Feng Qingshu dared not speak to the ancestor in this way. Fellow Taoist, if you master this drum technique, could you borrow it if any disciple in my sect breaks through to a higher realm? After hearing this, Shanxi couldn't help but ask. King Feng Zhenjun didn't care about this. After all, their Qingjing Shangong had the 6 pure bamboo of the 6 roots, which was even more effective in suppressing inner demons. But Master Yuanhuo and even Qi Tai of Wuqingjai were extremely envious of it. The cultivation methods of the Xuanhuo sect and the Wuqingjai sect are both prone to causing internal demonic possession. The former is fiery and intense, while the latter is sinister and eerie. If they could avoid inner demons, they would be able to reduce the number of disciples who die each year. Once this drum is completed, I will place it in the core area of the sect. It will need to be used in conjunction with the spiritual vein terrain formation to keep it running, so if any of you have a need, you can send your disciple over. Chen Mobai thought of the local custom of never returning borrowed items, and even though everyone present was a representative of the Holy Land, they dared not gamble. They could only come up with a tactful reason, limiting the use of the evening drum to a specific location, thus blocking any possibility of it being lent out. Very well, fellow Taoist. Please remember to instruct your successor to tell him about this matter before you ascend. Shanxi nodded repeatedly after hearing this. He never thought he had such influence that Chen Mobai would lend him this magical artifact. After all, given Chen Mobai's weapon refining skills and the fact that he used 6th grade QE beast hide, this evening drum is at least a high grade 5th grade, and possibly even a 6th grade. Even within the moral sect, magical artifacts of this caliber are extremely rare, and Shanxi wouldn't dare lend them to him. Shanxi was already very satisfied that he could secure benefits for the disciples of the moral sect. Fellow Taoist Chen, can my Chuanhuo sect's weapon be used? Yuan Huo asked somewhat embarrassedly. He was only a nascent soul cultivator and shouldn't normally be qualified to make demands of a deity transformation cultivator. However, if Mugu could truly prevent him from going astray, it would be extremely important for their Xuanhu sect, especially for Xuanhu's disciples, who had previously failed to form their nascent souls due to their inner demons. If it fails again next time, even pharmacist Li probably won't be able to save it. Therefore, for the sake of his disciple, Yuan Huo had no choice but to swallow his pride. I haven't finished forging this evening drum yet. Let's talk about using it after I've finished forging it. Although Chen Mobai was concerned about his reputation, he was also petty. Although the things that Yan Zhongxian had done to him in Tianfeng Valley did not seriously harm him, he certainly could not repay evil with kindness. At the very least, that old bastard Yan Zhongxian needs to apologize in person before we can even talk about this. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Yuan Huo knew that his status was insufficient. He could only sigh and wait until the nascent soul ceremony was over before returning to find the flame immortal ancestor and reason with him, urging him to resolve the grudges between the two before the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness ascended to immortality. Otherwise, given the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness's personality, the Xuanhu sect would likely have to send off its own nascent soul ancestor soon. Fellow Taoist, we are all ready, let's begin. At this moment, King Feng Zhenjun, Fanyun Jushi, and other fifth-tier weapon refiners read the jade slip that Chen Mobai had taken out concerning the processing of the QEB skin 3 times from beginning to end. They confirmed that they had a thorough understanding of it and were eager to participate in the refining of what might be a 6th-tier magic weapon. Good. Chen Mobai nodded, but he didn't expect these 5th-tier weapon refiners to make up the numbers. He originally planned to complete it by himself. King Nu took away the 10 life refining blood pills and vacated the stage. On a large table, Chen Mobai reached out and drew the lines to be cut on the QE beast hide. Then he summoned the purple lightning sword, pointed at it, and the sword spirit consciously activated its sharp blade, carefully cutting along the lines, afraid of making a mistake. Soon, a scrap of material and a corner of the table fell to the ground. Yuan Hu Shangren, who was standing nearby, was very self-aware of his duty and immediately reached out to take it. If you fellow Taoists have nothing to do, you can also cut along these lines. I plan to use this piece to make a cuff. Chen Mobai pointed at the scraps in Yuan Hu Shangren's hand, and flames quickly ignited on them before extinguishing, leaving behind several charred lines. Master Yuan Hu nodded, took out a pair of scissors made of 5th-grade material from his storage bag, and applied force along the lines. With a bang, his scissors snapped in 2 from the QE beast hide, the broken pieces falling onto the floor tiles with a crisp sound. This scene immediately drew the attention of all the nascent soul cultivators present. Although he is a 5th-level weapon refiner, he is only at the nascent soul stage after all, so his cultivation is weak. Seeing this scene, true monarch King Feng couldn't help but comment. He and immortal Yan Zhang had also quarreled before, so he had a natural dislike for the people of the Xuanhu sect. As soon as he finished speaking, King Feng Zhenjun reached out and took the scrap of QE beast skin from Yuan Huo Shangren's hand. He first carefully examined the black lines left by Chen Mobai, then flicked his finger, and strands of cyan sharpness condensed at his fingertip. Pure finger. Upon seeing this, layman Fanyun couldn't help but speak in a low voice. This pure finger is the supreme skill of the Pure Palace. When cultivated to its peak, it is said that with a single finger all things become pure. When King Feng Zhenjun had a verbal altercation with Yan Zhongxian at the Holy Tao Assembly, he suddenly became enraged and attacked, annihilating one of Yan Zhongxian's 5th-order defensive magic artifacts with a single finger, which greatly enhanced his reputation. But soon something shocking happened. Under King Feng Zhenjun's pure finger, the QE beast skin actually shone with a clear armor light, directly deflecting the cyan sharpness without suffering any damage itself. This scene caused everyone's eyes to widen, and they couldn't help but turn to look at the purple lightning sword, which was easily cutting through the hide of the QE beast, its blade gleaming with a faint white light. Chapter 1324, The Theory of the Heavenly River Sword. Chapter 1324, The Theory of the Heavenly River Sword. Chen Mobai could see that King Feng Zhenjun's pure finger, in terms of power alone, had actually reached the 6th level, having incorporated the Great Tao of Wind. In theory, the hide of the QE beast should be able to be cut. After all, although it contained the Tao power of the QE beast's prized armor, most of its Tao essence had already dissipated due to the QE beast's death. It seems that when I separated them, I preserved the relevant Taoist essence quite well, but I neglected this matter. Fellow Taoist, leave it for now, and let the purple lightning sword handle it later. Chen Mobai immediately smoothed things over for King Feng Zhenjun, whose expression kept changing. He wanted to take out his free and easy wandering fan to enhance the pure finger and try again. However, considering that he would lose all face if he failed again, and that it was his strongest method, it would be unwise to expose it just to save face. So in the end, King Feng Zhenjun took a deep breath and placed the small piece of QE beast in his hand on another table with a look of shame. Please excuse my poor appearance. Seeing that King Feng Zhenjun was so rational, the nascent soul cultivators present, including Chen Mobai, were somewhat surprised. Not at all, the art of weapon forging requires the courage to try, so that one can grow through repeated failures. Fellow Taoist, you have given us a trial first, truly a role model for us all. Fan Yun Jushi immediately spoke up, offering King Feng Zhenjun a way out. He then even came to the table himself, picked up the QE beast's skin, and tried to cut it with his own refining tools, but naturally, he failed as well. Everyone could see that layman Fan Yun was not just putting on an act, but was using his most powerful supernatural abilities to enhance his power. I'll give it a try too. After the two nascent soul cultivators made a fool of themselves, the rest of the group put down their burdens, stood up one by one, and picked up the QE beast skin to try it out. This can also be considered a form of competition. Other nascent soul cultivators cannot do this, but if I can, I will immediately become famous throughout the world through today's nascent soul ceremony. Unfortunately, cutting the hide of a QE beast requires at least 6th order power, which is the power of the great Tao. Among those present, only a handful of top-tier nascent soul cultivators, such as true monarch King Feng, possess this level of power. The first to succeed was Taixu Immortal. He directly used the power of the void Tao to split it. Although the QE beast's skin lit up with the clear light of the Tao, it still cracked inch by inch along the lines. Senior brother Jiang's cultivation is indeed above mine. It seems that he is not far from ascending to immortality. Seeing this, King Feng Zhenjun couldn't help but feel envious. The 15 most powerful individuals in the Heavenly River realm, as ranked by the Wuqingjai, are nominally in no particular order, but in reality, the major powers of the 5 continents and 4 seas still have their own standards, and Taixu Xian's performance today has proven this point. Theoretically, King Feng Zhenjun's Great Tao of Wind should also restrain the Great Tao of Armor. However, without using a 6th order magic weapon, he cannot achieve the same level of separation as Taixu Xian by relying solely on magic and supernatural powers. This is due to the difference in their realms and strength. Lucky! Taixu Immortal responded very humbly, and then handed the QE beast skin in his hand to Haoran Yiki Immortal not far away. The power of the great Tao I cultivate is not good at offense, probably the same as fellow Taoist King Feng, so I won't embarrass myself by showing off. But Haoran Yiqixian shook his head and refused outright. Taixu Xian was somewhat surprised, not expecting that Kainkyu by Malin, who always liked empty fame, did not intend to showcase his skills on this stage. Although the great Tao related to saintly virtue is indeed not good at warfare, if it is just about cutting this piece of QE beast skin, Taixu Immortal believes that Haoran Yiki Immortal can definitely do it. He also wanted to take this opportunity to see if Haoran Yiqi Xian's cultivation had improved over the years. I'll give it a try. Just as Taixu Xian was somewhat disheartened as he put down the QE beast skin in his hand, Feng Qingshu's voice suddenly rang out. Everyone immediately turned their attention to that direction. This patriarch of the Phoenix clan, ranked first among the 9 true spirits by the Wuqingjai, is widely recognized for her immense strength, yet she rarely makes a move. To witness her display of divine power today is something the cultivators attending the main hall will certainly boast about upon their return. Feng Qingshu did not take the piece of QE beast skin from Taixu Xian's hand, but instead took another piece cut off by the purple lightning sword. She activated her divine sense, her eyes blazing with flames, and then the QE beast skin in front of her appeared in the same way as when Chen Mobai had attacked before. Linear flames ignited on the QE beast hide, but only within that narrow area. After a blinding burst of light, the hide in Feng Qingshu's hand split in 2. The Phoenix clan chief's mastery of fire magic has reached its peak, and is no less than mine. Chen Mobai was greatly impressed by this scene. Although he didn't spend much time on the fire path, he gained a deep understanding because of the Dao fruit, so he instantly saw the mystery behind Feng Qingshu's move. I'm not as relaxed and carefree as fellow Taoist Jiang. Please forgive my poor performance. Feng Qingshu reached out and touched the charred marks on the separated edge of the Qi beast's skin, then placed it on the table with some regret and said, "Not at all, it's just a different manifestation of the great Tao. Clan Chief Feng's strength is definitely no less than mine." Taixu Immortal followed suit and said the same thing. In other words, Feng Qingshu doesn't care about empty fame. If it were someone with Yan Zhongxian's temperament, she would definitely want to compete with Chen Mobai and Taixu Xian. At this time, the purple lightning sword had already completed the cutting of the Qi beast hide used to forge the twilight drum. Chen Mobai took the drum skin in his hand and began to examine it. The purple lightning sword, without needing to be instructed, was already glowing with a faint white light as it arrived above the scrap of Qi beast skin. It began to carefully cut along the lines marked by Chen Mobai. As expected of the peerless killing sword that followed fellow Taoist Chen across the 5 continents and 4 seas, in terms of sharpness alone, it should be the number 1 in the heavenly river realm. Upon seeing this, true Lord King Feng began to boast about the purple lightning sword. By blowing this sword up, he will have a way to defend himself when others laugh at his actions today. Although what you say makes sense in terms of swordsmanship, I think the Supreme Palace and the Qingwei sword sect are still more powerful. However, the nascent soul cultivators present had a different opinion on this. Everyone looked over at the sound and saw that it was Ao Yuxia. Chen Mobai also sent an invitation to Qing Nu's nascent soul ceremony to Ziyan Tiank, since they are now partners in refining the immortal pill. If we're talking about the quality of swords, this purple lightning sword is naturally inferior, but you have to understand that this sword embodies the great Tao of destruction. I think it's no problem to rank it first in terms of sharpness. King Feng Zhenjun still stood on the side of Zidianjian. After all, he had personally witnessed a 6th order Qi beast being chased into the sky and ascended by Zidianjian, who had just reached the 6th order when he was in the 9th heaven. I think one's level of understanding is more important. However, Ao Yuxia still held to her own opinion, believing that the sect-protecting swords of Qingwei Sword Sect and Taixing Palace were more powerful. I think they can be ranked equally. The Great Void True Monarch spoke up, speaking from the perspective of the Eastern Continent, since the swords of the Qingwei Sword Sect and the Supreme Palace were of a much higher grade than the Purple Lightning Sword. In particular, the Slaying the Mortal World sword from the Supreme Palace is a failed sword for achieving enlightenment. In the hands of a cultivator using the corresponding technique, it can unleash the power of the 7th rank and is hailed as the number 1 flying sword in the 5 continents and 4 seas. The Taking and Teiwei twin swords of the Qingwei Sword Sect are swords that descended from the immortal realm. When the 2 swords are combined, their power is no less than that of Zhan Hongqian. Although the purple lightning sword embodies the great Tao of destruction, it has only recently advanced to the 6th rank. No matter how much it is upgraded, it can never compare to these 3 swords. But at this moment, in order to highlight the Eastern Continent, true monarch De Kong disregarded these considerations and believed that the purple lightning sword could be ranked alongside the red Dust Slayer sword. Yes, I think so too. After De Kong Zhenjun finished speaking, Shengxi immediately nodded in agreement. Yi Qing hesitated for a moment, then comforted Tei's sword before lying to himself that Zidian's sword was powerful. At this moment, all the nascent soul cultivators of the Eastern Continent were on the side of the purple lightning sword. Ao Yuxia thought these people were shameless. How dare a 6th grade low-level product claim to be on par with a 6th grade high-level product, or even the pinnacle? I think Zidian, Taking, Teiwei, and Zhan Hongqian can be collectively known as the 4 swords of the heavenly river. As soon as King Feng Zhenjun finished speaking, the Tei sword on Yi Qing's back couldn't help but tremble. It is also a 6th-tier sword, and has held the title of the number 1 sword in the Eastern Continent for 10,000 years. How come all of a sudden, while the title of number 1 in the Eastern Continent has not been taken away, its international status has been surpassed by the latecomer, Purple Lightning Sword? It was somewhat unconvinced. Yi Qing could only continue to comfort him. After all, he understood that the Tei sword was definitely not as good as the Taking Teiwei Zhan Hongqian sword. As for the purple lightning sword, it embodies the power of the great Tao of destruction. It is estimated that in a head-on collision, it would likely shatter the Tay's sword as well. There's no need to get angry over such empty fame. Why don't we list all the sixth order flying swords in the Heavenly River realm? Since Lord Kui is here today, we can compile a book called The Treatise on Heavenly River Swords. While Yi Qing was comforting Tay's sword, Chen Mobai felt that if he were to refine weapons, the nascent soul cultivators present would have nothing to do and would be bored just watching him do it. So he threw out a topic to start a conversation. Very well, although our sect has records of the magical weapons of the nascent soul true monarchs, we have never written a separate chapter on swords. After hearing this, Kui Tai also thought Chen Mobai's suggestion was excellent. As he spoke, he took out paper and pen, preparing to write it down. The Taste Sword of my 9 Heavens demon-slaying sect is based on the 9 Heavens immortal azure stone of the upper realm. It can slay heavenly tribulations above and vanquish demons below. Its power is unparalleled. Yi Qing thought Chen Mobai was helping her, so she immediately drew the Taste Sword from her back and was the first to introduce him. To demonstrate that it was the #1 sword in the eastern continent, the Taste Sword unleashed an unprecedented chilling light. The nascent soul cultivators present couldn't help but retreat behind the nascent soul cultivators, because they couldn't withstand the brilliance of the 6th-tier sword. Even among those at the nascent soul stage, some with weaker cultivation levels activated protective techniques or used magical artifacts. At this moment, Yi Qing, holding the Taste Sword, came to a table and used the unprepared sword technique to cut open a piece of QE beast skin in the blink of an eye. His unprepared sword technique can ignore defense, and the great Tao of armor is countered by nature. A fine sword. Kui Tai took the lead in providing the comedic relief, which he was able to do using a sword. However, compared to the previous failures of King Feng Zhenjun and others, this highlighted the power of the Taste Sword. The nascent soul cultivators from the eastern continent, including Shanxi, were also generous with their praise, stating that although the Taste Sword was not as sharp as the Xidian sword, it had a deep foundation and a righteous aura, making it the most righteous sword in the Milky Way. My purple cloud heavenly palace possesses the golden palace sword, once worn by the heavenly emperor, which can be called the most venerable sword of the Milky Way. At this moment, Aoyuxia spoke up for her own sword. After all, today's swords were worth 1/10 of the price, and regardless of their grade, their reputation was sure to be established. Giving her 6th-tier sword the title of the most prestigious sword would be a boastful achievement when true monarch Ziki ascended to heaven in the future. I remember that in the Star God Temple of the Northern Continent, there is a 6th-order star sword that can manifest the entire sky of stars and the 28 constellations. It is infinitely varied, mysterious, and unpredictable, and can be called the most complex sword in the Milky Way. The sword of the mortal realm, having ascended to the 7th rank, can be considered the strongest sword in the Heavenly River. No, if we're discussing all the 6th-tier flying swords across the 5 continents and 4 seas today, and Jan Hongchen is crowned the strongest, then discussing the other flying swords becomes meaningless, and all the other flying swords will be overshadowed. I think we should change it to the most exquisite sword of the Heavenly River, to lament its past failure in advancing to the Tao alongside the Supreme Swordmaster. The Supreme Palace has a 7th-level true immortal, namely the Supreme Sword Master. However, the sword Jan Hongchen was inherently flawed. Although its master successfully merged with the Tao, it broke during the process of advancing to the 7th rank because it could not bear the weight of the entire Great Tao. Ultimately, the Supreme Sword Master extracted the sword spirit and asked a master craftsman from the spirit void immortal realm to reforge the 7th-tier sword body, thus reshaping it. The broken sword was left in the Heavenly River realm and is now the Supreme Palace's signature flying sword, Jan Hongchen. The nascent soul cultivators present were engaged in a heated discussion, with even the Grand Void Immortal joining in to vie for the title of the most magical sword in the Milky Way for his own Grand Void sword. Not to mention the vast Qi Immortal, who had always enjoyed debating and was knowledgeable about every 6th-tier flying sword. He was even more enthusiastic in his discourse. It's a rare treat for people like them to gather together, and this is the first time I've discovered that debating can be such a joyful thing. The title of the sharpest sword, Purple Lightning Sword, was the first to be established. I remember fellow Taoist Chen also has a 6th-order flying sword. In the end, Kui Tai turned back to this matter. Distracted by two things at once, Chen Mobai, who was refining the twilight drum while listening to the discussion, immediately slapped his forehead, and his second primordial spirit flew out from behind his head with the Yuan Yang sword. This sword can be called the fiercest sword in the Milky Way. Having witnessed Chen Mobai slay the white-boned Dharma King with a single sword strike, Yi Qing spoke up, and everyone agreed. This treatise on swords records 12 sixth-order flying swords from the heavenly river realm. If there are no other opinions, this treatise is now complete. After Kui Tai had also memorized the Yuan Yang sword, he planned to stop writing. I still have a Dinghai sword in my hand, which my husband forged for me. Chapter 1325. Watch closely. I'll only demonstrate once. Chapter 1325. Watch closely. I'll only demonstrate once. There's another one. Upon hearing what Qing Nu said, everyone couldn't help but look shocked. Is it really that easy to forge a sixth-tier sword? The purple lightning sword was forged and upgraded by Chen Mobai on the spot when he fought the Kui beast in front of all the nascent soul cultivators from the 5 continents and 4 seas. The Yuan Yang sword is said to have been created when he was a nascent soul cultivator, embodying the achievements of the great Tao of saintly virtue. And now there is another sword called the sea-stabilizing sword. One person forged 3 sixth-tier swords. This kind of weapon refining technique made all the nascent soul cultivators' hearts flutter, and they all looked at Chen Mobai, who was refining the twilight drum, with burning eyes. All the gods were thinking about what materials they had that were suitable for forging flying swords. As cultivators, everyone dreams of soaring to immortality on a sword. According to statistics from Wuqingjai, over 90% of cultivators in the entire Tian realm aspire to become sword immortals, and if they have the means, they will acquire a fine flying sword for themselves. Even those at the nascent soul stage are no exception. Almost everyone present had a 5th-tier flying sword by their side. There are also a very small number of poor nascent soul cultivators who are only at the 4th level. Therefore, cultivators who possess 6th-order flying swords are the envy of many nascent soul cultivators in the heavenly river realm. For example, most of the cultivators on the suspended platform thought Yi Qing looked very cool carrying the Taste sword. Chen Mobai has forged 3 6th-order flying swords, which shows that he is undoubtedly a grandmaster in the field of sword-shaped magical artifacts. If we can get him to forge them, then we will also be able to possess 6th-order flying swords. However, no one spoke up at this time. Apart from Chen Mobai being in the process of refining a magic weapon, no one dared to disturb him. This was also because 6th-tier materials were extremely precious. Even among nascent soul cultivators, those who possessed such spiritual materials were few and far between. For example, the only thing the Pure Palace can offer is the 6 pure bamboo roots. If this training is ruined, King Feng Zhenjun will be a sinner for his own sect for all eternity. However, no one questioned Chen Mo's reputation as the #1 weapon refiner in the Bei realm at this point. The nascent soul cultivators were already thinking of asking him to help forge a 5th-tier flying sword. 6th-tier spiritual materials are scarce, but 5th-tier materials are common among those at the nascent soul stage, and in some cases, quite abundant. If one could forge a peak 5th-tier flying sword, it might be passed down, and with a bit of luck, one could advance to the 6th tier someday. Chen Mobai felt the pressure under the intense gazes of so many nascent soul cultivators. But he couldn't care less about that right away, because the evening drum in his hand had already begun its final shaping process. He began to assemble it with complete concentration. The drum body was made of 5th-grade superior sun god wood. Upon seeing this, the gods couldn't help but show expressions of worry. After all, in the simple concept of the heavenly river realm, the highest success rate in refining a 6th-order magic weapon is naturally achieved by using 7th-order materials. Only highly skilled weapon refiners can refine it using 6th-order spiritual materials. Chen Mobai is undoubtedly a skilled weapon refiner, but now, when refining a 6th-order magic weapon, he has to use 5th-order materials, which will definitely reduce his originally high success rate. When Feng Qingshu saw the drum, she sighed inwardly. She naturally hoped that Chen Mobai would succeed in refining it, but a 6th-order Wudong divine wood was indeed unsellable. Chen Mobai didn't care about that. He took out several other materials that he had prepared in advance. These include bone nails made from the bones of the Kui beast, used to fix and connect the drum head and the drum body, and the heart of the Kui beast. Although the Kui beast was dead, its heart continued to beat, emitting a deep, thunderous sound like drum beats after it appeared. This is because the power of the great Tao of the Kui beast still remains in its heart. When Chen Mobai took it, it was preserved intact. After placing all the materials, Chen Mobai deliberately slowed down his movements, put the Kui beast heart into the drum body, then picked up a piece of blue Kui beast skin drumhead, placed it on the bottom of the drum body to cover it, and then flicked his finger. 12 white bone nails on the table flew out, carrying thunder and lightning, like 12 thunder swords, straight through the drum skin and fixed it to the drum body. During this process, the Tao of armor contained in the Kui beast skin offered no resistance, allowing the bone nails carrying the Tao of thunder to pierce through it. I see. Haoran Yikixian was the first to see the mystery within and was amazed. Although both the great Tao of thunder and the great Tao of armor are the power of the Kui beast, theoretically they would still conflict when fused because the Kui beast is dead. The reason they are perfectly fused now is because Chen Mobai put the heart of the Kui beast into the drum body. Within the heart of the Kui beast, the three great powers it originally possessed had long since become accustomed to each other's existence. With it acting as the central mediator, there will naturally be no conflict. On the contrary, it is as if the Kui beast is still alive, perfectly controlling these two great powers. At this moment, Chen Mobai repeated the previous process, taking the remaining 12 bone nails and fixing the upper drum skin in place. A muffled clap of thunder sounded, signaling the start of the evening drum. Only one last step left. Ladies and gentlemen, watch carefully. I will only demonstrate once. Chen Mobai finally spoke, which was the only point he felt needed to make during the weapon refining process. In his view, the other steps were not difficult at all. As long as he had the same materials, he could just follow the instructions. Oh, that's it. The nascent soul cultivators present were astonished upon hearing Chen Mobai's words and seeing the goldenwood Kui skin drum in his hand, which was round like a pillar and looked quite ordinary. Refining a sixth-order magic weapon would take at least several years, or even more than 10 years. How come they were able to decide on the 12 sixth-order flying swords of the heavenly river realm in the blink of an eye? Isn't it a bit too fast? Just as everyone was surprised, Chen Mobai reached out and pressed the pure white bone nails firmly one by one, ensuring that the three great powers within this magical artifact were perfectly integrated. After confirming that there were no problems, he reached out and pressed his hand lightly on the dark blue drumhead, activating the Cantong Qi, and struck it down heavily. Boom! The instant the drumbeat sounded, a blinding bolt of lightning suddenly flashed across the sky, tearing through the heavens and crashing down from infinite heights, heavily striking the newly formed evening drum. At the instant the lightning struck, all the nascent soul cultivators present felt a sense of impending doom, because this was struck directly from the nine heavens tribulation. This scene reminded them of the terrifying spectacle when the Kui beast displayed its full power, summoning the nine heavens tribulation to descend to earth and covering the coast of the eastern continent. And now Mugu has also achieved this. Rumble! Above the sky, one blinding bolt of lightning after another began to strike, and under Chen Mobai's guidance, they all landed on the blue drum skin of the twilight drum. It was as if the heavens used thunder as a mallet to strike this evening drum, producing a series of booming sounds. This terrifying scene was merely Chen Mobai's attempt to imbue the magical artifact with spiritual power. During this process, Chen Mobai, who was closest to the heavenly tribulation lightning, was naturally also struck by it. However, his expression remained unchanged, and the pure yang immortal robe he wore shone brightly with fire, incinerating all the lightning that struck him. Another sixth-tier magic robe. Seeing the performance of the pure yang immortal robe, all the nascent soul cultivators were filled with envy. Feng Qingshu naturally sensed the familiar aura on the pure yang immortal robe, knowing that Chen Mobai had used the crimson fire silkworm silk here. So much 6th-grade silkworm silk has been refined. Although Feng Qingshu was mainly skilled in alchemy, she still knew the basics of weapon crafting and knew that the materials she had given her were at most enough to create an embroidered dragon pattern. In other words, most of the materials used in this pure yang immortal robe were still the original 5th-tier materials. It was only by using the crimson fire silkworm silk she gave for embroidery that it was refined into a 6th-tier item. Thinking about this, Feng Qingshu felt that the evening drum was definitely going to be a success. After all, most of the materials are 6th tier. While receiving the thunderous attack from the nine heavens, Chen Mobai was still able to multitask, explaining to the nascent soul cultivators present. The most crucial step in refining a sixth-order magic weapon is this one. Even I don't succeed 100% of the time. Sometimes, what is awakened only has fifth-order spirituality, and it takes a lot of time to nurture it before it can advance to the sixth order. I hope this time we can succeed on the first try. As soon as he finished speaking, the lightning descending from the sky grew stronger and stronger. Apart from top nascent soul cultivators like Heoran Yikixian, or those protected by sixth-order magic artifacts, the rest had already retreated to the edge of the suspended platform. Meanwhile, the cultivators below the nascent soul stage had already been protected by Qing Nu and left the Dao platform. During this process, Qing Nu used the Dinghai sword. Ripples of water spread from the sword's body, transforming into a vast ocean that encompassed all the cultivators. Occasionally, a few streaks of lightning would flash by, but without Qing Nu's prompting, the Dinghai sword would automatically illuminate and neutralize them. The lightning struck for 49 days before finally stopping. The timing coincided exactly with that of Qing Nu nurturing life and refining the blood pill. Some astute five-element sect cultivators noticed this and thought that Ancestor Chen was using this as an excuse to be romantic, deliberately letting the nine heavens tribulation last so long. As soon as the heavenly lightning disappeared, Qing Nu on the platform immediately used her divine sense to send the protected cultivator back with the Dinghai sword. There are still some remnants of the lightning tribulation. I'll clean them up. As Qing Nu spoke, she summoned the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl, which she had already studied together. With the blessing of the Black Emperor Abyss scripture, the pearl seemed to transform into a vortex, emitting infinite suction force that swallowed up all the sparks that were constantly flashing in the air on the platform. When they saw the sea-suppressing pearl of Dingyuan, all the nascent soul cultivators present twitched at the corners of their mouths. This true monarch Danxia actually possesses two sixth-order magic artifacts. Moreover, isn't it said that this bead cannot be refined without the bloodline of the Xuanjiao royal court? Those with broad knowledge, such as Heoran Yikixian, discovered that the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl only possessed abundant Dao power and had lost its spiritual essence. They believed that Chen Mobai might have shaken off the pearl's spiritual essence, allowing Danxia Zhenjun to refine it. Such a wasteful act deeply saddened them. After all, this precious pearl is the closest to the grade of a treasure for achieving enlightenment. Now that the spirituality has dissipated, it can be said that the foundation has been destroyed. Haha, I'm in luck this time. The spirituality that the Twilight Drum has inspired is at the 6th level. Just as Qing Nu put down the cultivator protected by the Dinghai sword, Chen Mobai's hearty laughter rang in everyone's ears. The lightning and spiritual light at the very center of the platform slowly dissipated, transforming into a one-legged, horned, and clear-eyed blue ox. It was indeed a Kiwi beast. Everyone almost thought that the true spirit had been resurrected. But soon, the Kiwi beast transformed into a golden wooden drum, which Chen Mobai held in his palm. It turns out it was a magical artifact with spiritual power. Upon seeing this, the assembled deities suddenly realized the truth. At this point, they had already given Chen Mobai the highest evaluation of his weapon-refining skills. Top nascent soul cultivators like Hao Ran Yiqixian arrived in front of Chen Mobai immediately and began to examine the twilight drum in his palm. Although they didn't understand how Chen Mobai imbued the magical artifact with spiritual power, he just patted the drum a few times and attracted a heavenly tribulation. It didn't stop them from appreciating the finished product. This drum possesses such powerful spirituality from the moment it was created. It is estimated that it may be promoted to a mid-grade or even a high-grade drum in the future. It's a pity that the drum body is made of 5th-grade spirit wood. If it were made of 6th-grade wood, with fellow Taoist Chen's weapon-refining skills, this evening drum would probably be more than a low-grade 6th-grade drum. It's already very impressive. Among all the weapon refiners in the Tian realm throughout history, I don't think there's a single one whose weapon-refining skills can compare to fellow Taoist Chen's when they reach the nascent soul stage. Chen Mobai shook his head repeatedly at King Feng Zhenjun's words, humbly stating that he was still far from being good enough and did not deserve to be number one. Fellow Taoist Chen, the patriarchs of my pure palace have always wanted to forge the 6 pure bamboo into a magic sword, but they have been struggling to find a suitable weapon refiner. When would you have time to come to Zizhu again? After praising King Feng Zhenjun, he began to explain his true purpose. When Chen Mobai forged the Sixth Order Purple Lightning Sword, everyone considered asking him to help forge a Sixth Order magic weapon. However, the materials for the Sixth Order were extremely precious, being the most valuable treasures of each sect. If the forging failed, there would be virtually no second one available, so everyone was quite rational. But things are different now. If a single successful forging could be attributed to luck, the repair of the 9 tribulations heavenly phoenix zither, along with 3 Sixth Order swords, and the numerous Sixth Order magical artifacts that Chen Mobai possesses, such as the primordial bell, the heavenly phoenix mirror, and the pure yang immortal robe, plus the current twilight drum, all prove that this Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness is the strongest Sixth Order weapon refiner in the Heavenly River realm after the great changes in the world. Even someone like the true Lord of One Yuan could only have successfully crafted 1 or 2 sixth-tier magic weapons before his ascension. Moreover, some of these works were crafted in collaboration with other weapon refiners, clearly lacking in quality. Chen Mobai, on the other hand, excels in all aspects, whether it's upgrading old magical artifacts to a brand new look, upgrading his own natal magical artifact, or even creating a 6th-tier magical artifact like the Twilight Drum, which is made directly from raw materials to finished product. King Feng Zhenjun felt that this was the best opportunity in the tens of thousands of years, that their Qingjing Shanggong had ever had to deal with such a rare and precious material as the 6 roots pure bamboo. If Chen Mobai is willing to make a move, it will be at least a 6th-tier flying sword. After all, those 6 pure bamboo stalks are top-grade 6th-rank materials. The free and unfettered fan in his hand was originally made by a weapon refiner from the Heavenly River realm, using 6 pure bamboo ribs as the fan ribs. Chen Mobai's weapon refining skills are even better. He might even be able to obtain a mid-grade or even high-grade 6th Order flying sword. Fellow Taoist Chen, my Purple Cloud Heavenly Palace has many 6th-tier materials. Aoyuxia couldn't help but speak up as well. Chapter 1326, The Mysterious Teleportation. Chapter 1326, The Mysterious Teleportation. Refining a 6th Order magic weapon is too exhausting in terms of energy and spirit. Even if I refine one, I need to recuperate for a long time before I can recover, so I don't have any plans to refine them for outsiders at the moment. Chen Mobai remembered what Taixu Immortal had said and understood that the number of 6th-tier magic artifacts needed to be controlled in the Heavenly River realm. Furthermore, he wanted to increase the cost of refining his own magic artifacts, so he sighed with a troubled expression. After hearing his words, everyone looked at the Twilight Drum, which was now floating beside them after being refined, and were speechless. The process of crafting this 6th-tier magic weapon can only be described as effortless. Moreover, judging from Chen Mobai's appearance, he was full of energy and didn't seem tired at all. In that case, after the nascent soul ceremony is over, fellow Taoist, take a good rest for a few decades. Perhaps you will directly achieve a higher realm and ascend to the upper realm. Taixu Immortal immediately picked up the conversation and continued. Even in holy lands, 6th-tier magical artifacts are extremely precious, and some with shallow foundations don't even have them. If it becomes rampant, these great holy lands are truly afraid that one day, the entire world will be destroyed by 6th Order magical artifacts. Not bad, not bad. At this moment, Heoran Yiqixian was definitely on the same side as Taixu Xian. After the two spoke, all the nascent soul cultivators present realized what was going on. The 2 holy lands of Jiangsu were not particularly willing to allow more 6th Order magic artifacts to appear in the Tian realm. It seems I need to approach the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness privately about this matter. If it's agreed in private that once it's successfully refined, it can be kept within the sect as a reserve, only to be used in the event of the sect's destruction, then no one can say anything about it. The key is how to persuade Chen Mobai to make a move. True monarch King Feng was already having a headache over what this person could possibly want from his own pure palace. Their western continent was simply too poor. 6th-grade spiritual materials were extremely rare, and their greatest treasure land, Lanyuan Valley, had already been thoroughly ravaged by this person. On the contrary, Aoyuxia only needed to think about which 6th Order spiritual materials from her own Purple Cloud Heavenly Palace treasure vault would be most suitable for Chen Mobai. Even using a 7th-grade innate spiritual material as a stepping stone is not out of the question. As the Heavenly Emperor's mortal palace, The treasures in the purple cloud heavenly palace are probably only comparable to those in the entire 5 continents and 4 seas, except perhaps to the mysterious heavenly sea mother palace. Let me demonstrate the function of the evening drum. Chen Mobai heard numerous telepathic messages from nascent soul cultivators, all inviting him to discuss the matter in detail after the nascent soul ceremony. He simply ignored them and pointed to the newly crafted magical artifact beside him. "Very well, fellow Taoist, please." Teixuxian nodded repeatedly after hearing this. The cultivators on the eastern wilderness plateau were all somewhat agitated at this moment. The 9 heavens thunder tribulation was a power that even a nascent soul cultivator would find solemn, let alone them. If it weren't for the fact that 99% of the lightning tribulation was absorbed by the twilight drum, and that the heavenly curtain and earthly network array on the plateau wasn't protecting them, some cultivators would probably have already gone mad and suffered from chaotic spiritual energy. Even so, many cultivators, their faces pale, sat down on the spot, circulating their divine sense to calm their fluctuating spiritual power. Meanwhile, in Baiyuan City directly below the suspended platform, Han Jiling and Zhang Siju, who were in charge of the event, looked at each other awkwardly. Because the vast majority of guests were shaken by the sound waves of the lightning tribulation, some were in a bad state of mind and could not even hold their wine glasses steadily, their whole bodies trembling. Even some disciples from holy sites could maintain a normal expression. However, the light in their eyes was dim, and they even showed signs of fatigue. Even Han Jiling, who forcibly resisted the sonic waves of the heavenly tribulation with her own mind, felt that her divine sense was greatly depleted. Inviting guests to the divine transformation ceremony only to encounter this situation made her, the person in charge of the branch venue, feel quite embarrassed. Just as Han Jiling was sending a telepathic message to Zhang Siju, instructing her to retrieve all the pills from Danxia Pavilion that restored consciousness and suppressed mental anguish, preparing to distribute them to the guests as an apology, a clear and resounding thunderclap came from the sky. Just as everyone was filled with fear, thinking that the tribulation of the heavens was coming again, they were surprised to find that the moment the thunderous drumbeat entered their ears, their scattered and restless spiritual power suddenly began to become peaceful and docile. Thump, thump, thump. The continuous drumbeats echoed across the eastern wilderness plateau, rippling through the air like water. Just as dark clouds began to gather, blinding lightning bolts shot into the sky, tearing through the darkness. The clear, resonant drumbeats, like the roar of a dragon or the low growl of a giant beast, echoed clearly in the depths of everyone's hearts, transforming into golden ripples that flowed over their entire bodies like water. Within the purple mansion of consciousness, the chaotic mind began to calm down, and the divine consciousness became clear. The disordered and uncontrollable spiritual energy within the body's meridians was easily restored and returned to its proper place under the divine consciousness amplified by the drumbeats. In that instant, all the cultivators felt their minds become clearer than ever before. It was as if he had suddenly become enlightened. Cultivation techniques become easy to understand, doubts about cultivation methods become clear, and difficulties in thinking about skills become readily apparent. Some cultivators even take this opportunity to break through bottlenecks that have troubled them for a long time. In an instant, spiritual energy began to surge forth across the entire eastern wilderness plateau, as if the earth itself was emanating a misty, ethereal aura. This phenomenon is caused by tens of millions of cultivators on the plateau meditating and absorbing spiritual energy together. Of course, there are also some disharmonious aspects to this. For example, some scattered cultivators, after hearing the drumbeats, showed pain on their faces, their meridians twisted, and then strange lights of black, gray, dark red, or pale green emanated from their 7 orifices. Some cultivators regained their composure after these eerie lights left their bodies, but the vast majority, in agony, silently turned to ashes. This is a demonic cultivator who practices demonic arts and is lurking on the eastern wilderness plateau. Those who survived were unintentionally cultivating demonic arts, unaware that it was a demonic art. They were considered to have only a shallow level of demonic possession, so under the evening drum, their demonic energy was dispelled, and they survived after being purified. Those who died directly were those whose bodies contained more than 50% demonic energy. These were people with deep-rooted demonic roots, beyond saving. Chen Mobai, who was in charge of the heavenly curtain and earthly network array, saw all of this and couldn't help but nod in approval. With this magical artifact, there's no need to worry about the path of inner demons. The deaths of these demonic cultivators were like a drop of water in the ocean on the eastern wilderness plateau. In addition, Chen Mobai deliberately used a grand formation to conceal them, so the nascent soul cultivators on the suspended platform did not notice them. If the ability of this evening drum to identify demonic cultivators is not made public, it might be able to catch a few fish in the future. What a wonderful magical artifact! On the suspended platform, the nascent soul cultivators saw tens of millions of cultivators below breathing in and out the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, causing spiritual flowers to bloom from the ground, creating a scene resembling a sacred realm of immortals. They couldn't help but marvel at it repeatedly. Haoran Yikishian stared intently at the evening drum in front of Chen Mobai, his face full of envy. Kainkyu by Malin is located in the Central Plains and is also engaged in the education industry. Its students are all over the world, and every once in a while, many students gather to have a discussion. During this process, many Confucian scholars, in their pursuit of verifying their outlandish ideas, often went astray. These individuals were mostly eccentric geniuses, and if properly nurtured, they would become the pillars of the literary world for generations to come. If this evening drum belongs to them, these eccentric geniuses won't have to worry about dying halfway through due to chi deviation. In this way, the Confucian scholars of Kainkyu by Malin can confidently try various cultivation paths, which may lead to a flourishing of diverse paths and bring the Tian cultivation world into its most prosperous era. From now on, let's keep this drum here. After Chen Mobai finished his demonstration, he was very satisfied with the effect of the twilight drum. After withdrawing his hand, he directly transformed it into the spiritual core of the heavenly curtain and earthly network array in the eastern continent. The nascent soul cultivators immediately saw that the 9 cloud dragons supporting the suspended platform were releasing vast amounts of sixth-order spiritual energy, which was continuously being poured into the evening drum. During this process, they felt this nascent drum begin to merge with the world, becoming the central hub of this plateau. Fellow Taoist Chen's mastery of formations is probably no less than his skill in weapon crafting. After realizing this, Haoran Yikishian asked in shock, "Not at all, my weapon refining skills are slightly better." Chen Mobai said modestly that, although they were both at the 6th rank, he had mastered most of the knowledge of the mainstream magic weapon types at the 6th rank in terms of weapon crafting, but as for formations, he had only grasped about 1 or 2/10 of them at most. Knowing this, many nascent soul cultivators also spoke up, wanting to invite Chen Mobai to help set up the formation. Many sacred sites, due to their shallow foundation, only have 5th-order protective formations. Besides 6th-order magic artifacts, 6th-order grand formations were also something their ancestors had dreamed of for generations. King Feng Zhenjun, Ao Yuxia, and the others remained silent in response. Firstly, their sect has a 6th-order grand formation, and secondly, a grand formation is the last line of defense for a force. Unless absolutely necessary, they would not ask outsiders for help in setting it up. After the evening drum is transformed into the hub of the heavenly canopy and earthly network array, this suspended platform built for the nascent soul ceremony will become a great spectacle in the eastern wilderness. Chen Mobai planned to make this place a sacred cultivation ground for the 5 Elements sect. When a disciple he valued broke through a cultivation realm, he would send them here. Even nascent soul cultivators and deity transformation cultivators could choose to come here, since with the twilight drum there was no need to worry about them going into chi deviation. Moreover, the highest level of spiritual energy that could be mobilized here was the 6th rank. At this point, the grand ceremony of transforming into a deity came to an end. Chen Mobai and Kingnu began to toast each person in turn. "Brother Chen, after the ceremony, would you like me to set up a large teleportation array here?" Upon arriving at the Taixu Misty Palace, Zhang Pengkong took the initiative to make a suggestion. After all, this suspended platform might become a dream cultivation ground for countless cultivators across the 5 continents and 4 seas in the future. According to the Taixu Pio Palace's idea, it is entirely possible to open it to the public for a fee. If you want to expand your business, transportation is definitely the first thing you need to do well. The intercontinental teleportation array at the center of the suspended platform will be dismantled by Zhang Pengkong after it ends. But setting up a large teleportation array is a piece of cake. My 5-element sect is not short of spirit stones at the moment. In the future, I plan to set up a few trials so that disciples who want to come here can fly up step by step from the eastern wilderness plateau and step into this place. This will not only temper their character, but also weed out some mediocre talents. Chen Mobai shook his head and refused, explaining his reasons. This evening drum can prevent one from going astray in cultivation, but it may also cause the disciples of the 5-element sect to have a lower and lower state of mind with each generation. Therefore, he plans to eradicate this problem at its source. After all, the 5-element sect doesn't lack ordinary disciples now. The only ones worth cultivating next are those peerless geniuses. Brother Chen is brilliant. After hearing this, Zhang Pengkong suddenly realized what was going on. But actually, there is another reason. Chen Mobai does not want the Taixupayo Male Palace to be able to freely enter and exit the central hub of the heavenly curtain and earthly network. Although Chen Mobai and Zhang Pengkong had a good relationship, he had not forgotten that he possessed a mysterious tortoise treasure that the true king of Taixu was searching for. If a conflict were to break out with the true king of the void, Zhang Pengkong and the others would definitely side with their own ancestor. Taking this into consideration, Chen Mobai would not set up the teleportation array of the Taixupayo Male Palace on the suspended platform. Anyway, he had already figured out the principle of the teleportation array, so he could secretly set one up in a corner. After a round of toasts, Chen Mobai and Qing Nu were about to announce the end of the divine transformation ceremony. Suddenly, the intercontinental teleportation array at the very center of the suspended platform lit up with a brilliant silver light. Oh, did fellow Taoist Chen invite any other guests? Seeing this, the nascent soul cultivators were somewhat surprised, and the immortal of vast Qi asked curiously. After all, those who can use intercontinental teleportation arrays are at least nascent soul cultivators, and cultivators of this level must have been invited by Chen Mobai. There are no other guests. The only people I invited are you fellow Taoists. Chen Mobai also looked puzzled. After checking to make sure there were no extras, he looked towards the Taixu Misty Palace. At this moment, Zhang Pengkong had already arrived in front of the intercontinental teleportation array. To activate it, both sides of the teleportation array needed to be in sync, so even if the other side activated it, he still needed to confirm the location. Which state is it? Seeing Chen Mobai's gaze, Taixu Xian asked Zhang Pengkong. Reporting to the sect leader, the teleportation arrays we requested for synchronization do not match those of the 5 continents of the Milky Way. But at this moment, Zhang Pengkong was sweating profusely and said something that shocked all the nascent soul cultivators in the Taixu Misty Palace. Impossible. Our sect's intercontinental teleportation array can only be found on the 5 continents. True monarch De Kong thought that Zhang Pengkong was too young and had misjudged the situation, so he teleported in front of him to personally coordinate the intercontinental teleportation. However, after he took control, he discovered that it was indeed an intercontinental teleportation array that he was unaware of, and it had established synchronization with this side. Sect leader, we might need you to come and take a look. At this moment, true Lord De Kong couldn't care less about being humiliated and immediately sought help from immortal Taixu. Taixu Immortal transformed into a silver ray and landed in front of the teleportation array, extending his hand with a solemn expression. Chapter 13, 27 People from the Jellyfish Palace. Chapter 13, 27 People from the Jellyfish Palace. That's strange. After Taixu Xian personally took action, he discovered that the 2 nascent soul cultivators from the eastern continent had not made a mistake, and he couldn't help but look puzzled. Could it be that it was arranged by the predecessors and sages of the Taixu Misty Palace, which is why it's not recorded in your records? Hyorin Yikishian asked. After all, the Taixu Misty Palace and the Heavenly Sea Mother Palace are both among the oldest holy lands in the Heavenly River realm. Over the years, there have been many nascent soul cultivators, and perhaps some of them are bold enough to take risks. Other types of teleportation arrays may be possible, but intercontinental teleportation arrays are absolutely impossible. To activate this type, successive sect leaders must request the Taixu measuring ruler to bestow a mark upon it. That's why true monarch Dengxia needed to dismantle the Taixu Misty Palace in the eastern continent for the nascent soul ceremony this time. Taixu Immortal shook his head and explained the reason. So, how many marks has the great void measuring ruler bestowed in total? Heoran Yikishian asked again, as he was the kind of person who liked to get to the bottom of things. After all, the sixth intercontinental teleportation array is now right in front of us. Takesu Immortal. According to the records of our sect, a total of 19 arrays were bestowed. 5 of them are the current 5 continents teleportation arrays, 3 were taken back, and 8 were taken to the spirit void immortal realm. What about the remaining 3? Heoran Yikishian calculated the numbers and then asked. Trapped in the netherworld. Takesu Immortal hesitated for a moment before answering the question. Heoran Yikishian. Then could it be that it's not recorded in the Takesu Male Palace records? Based on the current situation, this is the only possibility. The ancestors of my Takesu Misty Palace have always left records when they used the measuring ruler, unless it was the Takesu True King. As soon as Takesu Xian finished speaking, he suddenly froze on the spot. He seemed to have thought of something and looked up, his gaze fixed intently on the intercontinental teleportation array that had lit up in front of him. Heoran Yikishian, have you thought of anything? Takesu Immortal nodded slightly and said something. At its peak, our sect had set up intercontinental teleportation arrays in the 5 continents and 4 seas. Later, due to various reasons, only the ones in the 5 continents remained. The ones in the 4 seas were closed one after another. The 3 marks that Takesu measuring ruler retrieved came from these. Heoran Yikishian, shouldn't the 4 seas be 4 marks? Takesu Immortal. Because the intercontinental teleportation array over Tianhai was personally set up by the Takesu True King ancestor, and we descendants will not go to the Jellyfish Palace to retrieve the mark. After he finished speaking, everyone immediately understood what Takesu Immortal meant. The intercontinental teleportation array connecting us now is the Heavenly Sea Mother Palace. Chen Mobai noticed that many nascent soul cultivators present were looking in his direction, such as Heoran Yiki Immortal and Shengxi. But soon he realized that the gaze wasn't directed at him, but at Qing Nu beside him. What are the people from the Jellyfish Palace doing here? We didn't invite them, did we? Chen Mobai wondered to himself. At this moment, Takesu Immortal had already activated the intercontinental teleportation array here. Since it was the Heavenly Sea Mother Palace, all the deities present had to treat them with respect. Under the synchronized teleportation, a brilliant silver light quickly shone, and 2 figures stepped out of the teleportation array one after the other. Senior brother, this teleportation array is actually still working. The figure on the left had a clear, crisp voice. It was a woman. After the silver light dissipated, everyone saw the appearances of the 2 people from the Jellyfish Palace and couldn't help but look surprised. Although they are all humanoid, they are mermaids. The female mermaid on the left has a pure and innocent appearance, with pearly scales on her forehead, translucent cheek lines on her snow-white cheeks, and shimmering eyes full of curiosity. The male merman on the right had eyebrows that slanted upwards like silkworms, a cold expression, and was covered in a fish scale-like outer garment. He wore a string of blue jade pendants at his waist. Although the spiritual light was not obvious, it carried a powerful aura that made everyone's hearts tremble. It was undoubtedly a 6th order magic weapon. Both were at the nascent soul stage, but no one could determine their exact level because they both possessed 6th order magic weapons. May I ask if you two are cultivator from the Heavenly Sea Mother Palace? Takesu Immortal activated the teleportation array, so naturally he needed to find out the origins of these 2 people first to avoid any misunderstandings. However, after seeing that they were all merfolk, the answer was already clear. As the oldest force in this world, the Heavenly Sea Mother Palace initially recruited aquatic creatures as disciples. These merfolk possessed both human bodies and were naturally drawn to the Tao of water, making them the largest force within the Mother Palace from ancient times to the present. The Jellyfish Palace in the Linkang Immortal Realm is currently under the control of a 7th-rank merman. That's right, I am Azzy. This is my senior brother, one of the 9 venerables of the Water Mother Palace, whose title is Yuaniming. The female merman smiled and began to introduce her, and the merman beside her. Greetings, fellow Taoists. May I ask why you have activated this intercontinental teleportation array today? Is there business in the Eastern continent? After confirming their identities, Takesu Xian immediately paid his respects and then inquired about the reason. He thought it might be a coincidence. These 2 wanted to come to the Eastern continent, But they didn't expect that the eastern continent's Texupayo Male Palace would move the intercontinental teleportation array here for Qingnu's nascent soul ceremony. Shangxi of the Moral Sect greets his senior brothers and sisters. On the other side, after confirming that she was a nascent soul cultivator from the Jellyfish Palace, Shangxi, holding her whisk, came over with an elegant demeanor to introduce herself. Those from the Moral Sect, then they can indeed call us senior brothers and sisters. As he nodded gently upon hearing this, and then answered Texuxian's question, I came here today mainly because I heard that Dangxia Zhenjun of the Five Elements sect has reached the nascent soul stage, and I also know that your Texu Misty Palace has set up an intercontinental teleportation array here. My Shuimu Palace also happens to have one that has not been used for a long time, so I tried it out to see if I could teleport directly over. I didn't expect it to actually work. Upon hearing Azzy's words, all the nascent soul cultivators turned their gazes to Qingnu, with Shangxi and the others displaying expressions of "I knew it." No wonder he possesses such profound alchemy skills, and even caught the eye of the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness. If he is a descendant of the Heavenly Sea Mother Palace, then everything makes sense. Thinking about it this way, the reason why the old dragon was killed in the Chuanhai Sea must have been because someone from the Water Mother Palace secretly brought the primordial water control flag over. It matches up perfectly. The local deities of Dongzhou, such as Shangxi, suddenly realized the truth. Although true monarch Wuchen had made this guess before, the fact that the Water Mother Palace sent 2 nascent soul cultivators today is considered solid proof. I am Chen Gixian of the Five Elements sect. On behalf of the lady, I thank you both for coming to the banquet. Please take a seat. Under the watchful eyes of all the nascent soul cultivators, Chen Mobai finally spoke. After arranging for Yi Yun to add 2 tables next to him, he gestured for the 2 nascent soul cultivators from the Water Mother Palace to come and take their seats. Although the true purpose of the Jellyfish Palace's arrival is still unclear, considering their status in the Heavenly River realm and their relationship with the Purple Cloud Palace, being polite is definitely the right thing to do. No need for a seat. I'm here today mainly because I have something to discuss. As he continued to speak with a smile, the merman named Yuanming seemed to be not good at speaking and had not uttered a word since being teleported over. Oh? Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai frowned. According to the rules here, if someone comes and refuses to sit down, it means they have ill intentions. The assembled deities also noticed something amiss. Hyorin Yikixian and Texuxian exchanged a glance and looked at each other in bewilderment. Has the Five Elements sect done anything to offend the Water Mother Palace? Chen Mobai thought about it for a moment, and it seemed that there wasn't. The only connection between them and the Jellyfish Palace was that after destroying the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, they obtained the immortal book Jade Slip and its interpretation. However, this matter was a secret within the Five Elements sect and had never been leaked. Even when Qingnu was refining the pill formula recorded above, the medicinal materials she purchased were mixed with others. Moreover, the main ingredients were never collected from outside. They were either stolen by Chen Mobai or synthesized using the primordial Tao. Fellow Taoist, please speak. Chen Mobai was lost in thought, but his expression remained perfectly calm. 1,000 years ago, a traitor appeared in my Jellyfish Palace. He stole a celestial jade slip from the Kangaming Palace and ran away from the Heavenly Sea. However, the traitor did not pack properly when she fled the palace. One of our venerable ones used a secret technique with her hair and spent 12 years cursing her to death. But what she stole has been left outside all this time, and it is something we must retrieve. For the past 1,000 years, we have been searching for its whereabouts. Finally, not long ago, we discovered a crucial clue. After leaving Tianhai, it hid in Chuanhai. At this point, Azzy paused, her eyes darting around as she looked at Qingnu beside Chen Mobai. At this moment, Qingnu realized that the 2 people from the Jellyfish Palace were after her, and she felt a little nervous. Over the years, she has completely integrated into the Heavenly River realm and understands that the Heavenly Sea Mother Palace is a behemoth in this world. Regardless of who the strongest nascent soul cultivator is on the righteous path, the Wuqingjai sect will always rank first with this first palace. According to the rules here, Qingnu's comprehension of the immortal book and jade slip is tantamount to peeking into the Water Mother Palace's inheritance, which is a major taboo. Are these 2 here today to deal with this matter? But how did Jellyfish Palace know that? Even within the Five Elements sect, only a handful of people know about this matter, and they are all currently nascent soul cultivators within the sect, so it's impossible for them to betray them. No, there's one more person. King Nu remembered that among Chen Mobai's generation of the Five Elements sect, there was also Nujiang who left the Five Elements sect. The immortal jade slip was obtained by him and Sheng Jiaoxi, and they presented it to Chen Mobai together. He fell into the hands of the Jellyfish Palace and betrayed his sect. Just as Qing Nu was thinking about how to deal with it, Chen Mobai stepped forward and blocked the way between Qing Nu and Shui Mu Gong, walking step by step to the center of the platform. What do you mean by that, fellow Taoist? After Azzi revealed the immortal jade slip, Chen Mobai understood that something must have happened on the Nujiang River, away from the Five Elements sect, that had allowed the Water Mother Palace to learn of this secret. Although the Jellyfish Palace is very powerful, he is prepared to fight a great battle for King Nu's sake. 100 years ago, a cultivator from your sect joined my Water Mother Palace and was fortunate enough to form a nascent soul. This level of skill is already sufficient to become a formal disciple of our palace, so we sent him to the Mirage Illusion. As long as he passes the test and ensures that he has not done anything to harm the Jellyfish Palace, he can enter the sect. But during this process, I discovered that this outer disciple had actually obtained the immortal jade slip that the traitor had stolen, and he presented it to you. Azzi's voice was clear and melodious as she narrated the story, allowing all the nascent soul cultivators present to understand the whole story. Fellow Taoist Chen, is this true? After listening, Shengxi spoke first and asked a question. Although the Moral Sect had a good relationship with Chen Mobai, the Water Mother Palace was, after all, the origin of their lineage, so it was not appropriate for them to side with the Five Elements sect on such matters. That's true. Chen Mobai readily admitted that since things had come to this point, it was clear that the Jellyfish Palace had already obtained concrete evidence, so there was no need to deny it. Upon seeing him nod, the assembled deities began to murmur amongst themselves. He thought to himself that the alchemy skills of the true Lord Dengxia were indeed inherited from the Water Mother Palace, but he never expected that they were actually learned by stealing. Although according to local custom, being able to successfully learn by stealing is a skill in itself, it is still a very embarrassing thing to be confronted by the original learner. Shengxi sighed, and considering her relationship with Chen Mobai, she simply fell silent. I wonder if fellow Taoist Chen could return this immortal book jade slip to me. Azzi revealed her purpose. Upon hearing this, all the nascent soul cultivators breathed a sigh of relief. They were afraid that these two from the Jellyfish Palace were domineering, and would insist on making the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness bow down, relying on their own right to do so. Clearly, considering the past of the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness, he is not someone who would bow his head. Now that the Jellyfish Palace is speaking kindly, they might be able to peacefully resolve this issue. Returning things to their rightful owner is a virtue, and I have no objection if the Jellyfish Palace needs them. Chen Mobai's words made both Haoran Yiqixian and Taixu Xian breathe a sigh of relief. Although the Jellyfish Palace is powerful, the Five Elements sect should not be underestimated. After all, we are currently on the Five Elements sect's territory, and the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness is ready to take the step of void refinement at any time. Thank you, fellow Taoist. By the way, due to the rules of the palace, no inheritance can be leaked. Therefore, if true monarch Dengxia comprehends the immortal book Jade Slip, he also needs to return to Tianhai with us so that the palace master and venerables can deal with him. But at this moment, Azzi said something else. In that instant, Chen Mobai's previously acceptable expression turned gloomy. Boom! In the sky, the tribulation clouds that had just dispersed began to gather again, causing the cultivators on the eastern wilderness plateau, who had just enjoyed the benefits of the evening drum, to tremble with fear once more. Oh no! Seeing Chen Mobai's expression, Taixu Xian knew something was wrong. At this moment, he was already regretting why he had activated the intercontinental teleportation array. If you just refuse, nothing will happen. Clearly, in the mind of the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness, the status of a Taoist partner is very high. If all that is required is the immortal book and jade slip, he will let it go for the sake of the reputation of the Water Mother Palace. Now they're even taking people away. Chen Mobai can't tolerate that at all. That's unfortunate. I've also studied those immortal books and jade slips, I wonder if you too would like to take me with you as well. Chapter 1328 Just Three Swords. Chapter 1328 Just Three Swords. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, all the nascent soul cultivators on the suspended platform shrank back, secretly preparing their magical artifacts in preparation for fleeing at the first sign of trouble. Although the Jellyfish Palace has never left Tianhai, Wuqingjai still has some records of their approximate strength. Just pay attention to the heavenly tribulations, especially the nascent soul heavenly tribulation, which is basically impossible to hide. Furthermore, given that Yuanming is only one of the 9 venerables, it's clear there are at least 9 nascent soul cultivators. In addition, there are the palace masters, whose status is even higher than the venerables, and ordinary nascent soul cultivators like Azzy. In other words, the Jellyfish Palace has at least double-digit numbers of nascent soul cultivators. This number completely overwhelms the 4 continents other than Jiangsu, and even Jiangsu would need all its holy lands combined to match it. What terrified the nascent soul cultivators present even more was that the Jellyfish Palace, being the oldest power in this world, most likely harbored void refinement cultivators above the nascent soul stage. There may even be more than one. This is the first palace that has always been at the top of the Tian realm throughout history. With the immense power of the Jellyfish Palace, the 5 Elements sect is certainly no match for them. However, the problem is that the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness is currently a top-tier nascent soul cultivator who can step into the void refinement stage at any time. The fact that the Jellyfish Palace wanted to take his Taoist partner away had clearly angered him. In addition, given that he possessed several 6th-order magic artifacts, the 2 nascent soul cultivators of the Jellyfish Palace were probably no match for him. But once the 2 sides start fighting, it will undoubtedly be the most sensational war in the Heavenly River realm in the past few hundred years. Even a fight between the immortal Taixu and the Lord of the Central Demonic Path wouldn't be as explosive as this too. And clearly, nobody wants to get involved. The 5 Elements sect obtained the Immortal Book and Jade Slip by chance. In addition, your palace's entrance is hidden in the Heavenly Sea. Without someone familiar to guide you, it is impossible to find it. That's why it was not returned immediately. After all, true monarch Dengxia is a cultivator of water attribute techniques. It is only natural that he would want to study the immortal books and jade slips from your esteemed palace. Taking them back for punishment would be a bit excessive. How about we have all the cultivators from the 5 Elements sect who have studied this swear an oath, guaranteeing that only they know it and that it will never be passed on to a second person, and then we can drop this matter. In the midst of the silence, Heoran Yiqixian spoke up with a sense of responsibility. As the leader of the Central Plains Holy Land, and in fact the leader of the righteous cultivators of the human race across the 5 continents and 4 seas, he hoped to use his own reputation to stop the war in this situation that could potentially trigger a great battle. Who are you? After hearing Heoran Yiqixian's words, Azzy, who was at the Jellyfish Palace, frowned slightly and asked with some confusion. The world of calligraphy and painting is vast, and the words of Confucius are profound. After hearing this, Azzy suddenly realized what was going on. She was wondering who this old man was, acting so arrogantly because of his age. Although the Jellyfish Palace is detached from worldly affairs, it is still aware of the most powerful forces in the 5 continents and 4 seas. However, because it only relies on the information sent by Wuqingjai, it only knows of the existence of the person Heoran Yiqixian. This is the first time we've met. So you are a successor of the Taoist lineage of the Sage of 1,000 Autumns. Then I shall give you face. After Azzy spoke, she turned to the side and whispered to Yuanming beside her for a while, seemingly discussing something, and quickly reached a consensus. I have discussed it with my senior brother. As long as fellow Taoist Chen of the 5 Elements sect makes a vow to ensure that he will not reveal the contents of the immortal book Jade Slip, he will not have to come back to the Water Mother Palace with us. Upon hearing this, Heoran Yiqixian nodded in satisfaction. Just as he turned to persuade Chen Mobai to swear an oath and present the immortal book and jade slip, Chen Mobai asked a question. "Gentlemen, does my wife also need to swear an oath?" Chen Mobai was about to reach the void refinement stage and was reluctant to add another line to his cultivation path. However, considering the power of the Jellyfish Palace and the safety of his Taoist partner, he decided to swallow his anger as long as the Jellyfish Palace did not attack Qingnu. Did fellow Taoist Chen not hear what I said clearly? After hearing this, Azzy's pure face was full of doubt, thinking that Chen Mobai was going to push his luck. The face of the Holy Master Kong can only protect you. Fellow Taoist Dangxia and the others in the Five Elements sect who have comprehended the immortal books and jade slips will all be taken away by us. As soon as Azzy finished speaking, Heoran Yiqixian's eyes widened, and he trembled with anger. Is this what you call giving face? This is a slap in the face for him. Sure enough, the merfolk of the Jellyfish Palace are always so impolite, no matter what. Hey! After hearing this, Chen Mobai was so angry that he laughed instead. Why are you laughing? Azzy was a bit strange. She had a kind of naive foolishness. Chen Mobai, for fellow Taoist Kong's sake, I'll give you one more chance. My wife and I have read the immortal jade slips from the Jellyfish Palace and will not divulge them. This promise is as good as gold, but I will not swear an oath. If you are willing to end this chapter, take your things and leave. If not, rumble. Before the words were even finished, the dark clouds that had been dissipating in the sky began to gather again, like a pitch-black ocean, covering the entire eastern wilderness plateau. Endless lightning rippled and flashed within it, unleashing a terrifying spectacle that seemed capable of destroying the world. Chen Gixian, who do you think you are? As he frowned, puzzled, when she saw Chen Mobai's expression. At least in the upper realm, there is a sage of 1,000 autumns, who is a primordial Tao lord. What is the Five Elements sect? How dare they threaten their Jellyfish Palace? Clang! With a resounding clang, a deep blue short spear, accompanied by endless splashes of water, was drawn from the void by Yuan Ming, whose expression was indifferent. As the deep blue short gun landed in his palm, its profound blue light, carrying a vast and all-encompassing power, pierced into the dark clouds. Seeing this, Chen Mobai struck the evening drum behind him with a backhand, drawing down the tribulation lightning from the 9 heavens, which transformed into a vast ocean of thunder, directly clashing with Yuan Ming's short spear. Rumble! A deafening roar ripped the sky apart. The vast blue light seemed to connect to the sea, unleashing endless power of the water element Great Tao. No matter how many heavenly lightning bolts struck, they were all swallowed up and eliminated. In an instant, the lightning tribulation layer was torn apart, and the deep blue radiance continuously seeped in. Soon, the water element lightning within began to be controlled by Yuan Ming. Anyone who offends the Jellyfish Palace shall die. Yuan Ming finally spoke, and his first words were as cold as ice, revealing his cultivation level. It turned out to be the perfected nascent soul stage. Are all beings at the venerable level of the Jellyfish Palace at this level? Based on this calculation, the number of nascent soul cultivators in the Jellyfish Palace is probably beyond imagination. Thinking of this, Heoran Yiqixian swallowed his anger and sighed to take Suxian beside him. Fellow Taoist Chen can only pray for good fortune. If the 2 nascent soul cultivators of the 5 Elements sect are gone, ask Taixu Pio Mil Palace in the eastern continent to take good care of them. Although they knew Chen Mobai was a formidable fighter, and that the 2 from the Jellyfish Palace probably couldn't defeat him, the sheer number of people from the Jellyfish Palace was overwhelming. Moreover, both factions knew that there were indeed cultivators practicing the Void Realm within the Jellyfish Palace. No matter how powerful Chen Mobai is, at most, he can only risk ascending to immortality and take away a nascent soul cultivator at the peak of their cultivation. Let alone the 5 Elements sect, even the 1,000 Autumns Ink Forest could only apologize in this situation. Alas, the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness is still too headstrong. The assembled nascent soul cultivators also realized this, and after activating their magical artifacts, they all fled from the suspended platform, leaving the battlefield clear. Today is my wife's incarnation ceremony, a day worth celebrating. I didn't want to see any bloodshed, but it's a pity. At this moment, Chen Mobai remained extremely calm. Although Yuan Ming was at the peak of the nascent soul stage, and his short spear was a 6th-order magic weapon, his strength was immediately apparent to him, and he was no match for him at all. How arrogant! In response, Yuan Ming simply replied with this sentence. Chen Mobai's 9 heavens thunder tribulation, guided by the evening drum, has been completely torn apart. The deep blue giant wave has already taken shape in the sky, and all the lightning has been transformed into the gooey water and ren water twin thunders, which surround the deep blue giant wave and transform into a huge shark sweeping across the sky. With a deafening roar, the deep blue shark in the sky opened its blood-red maw and lunged at Chen Mobai. The suspended platform, supported by 9 dragons, beneath this shark-like structure, looks like a piece of pastry. The nascent soul cultivators, including Heoran Yiqixian, had already left. Yi Qing and Zhang Pengkeng even took away the disciples of the 5 Elements sect. Only King Nu stood behind Chen Mobai, motionless. As long as the green hills remain, there will always be firewood to burn. Your survival is better for the 5 Elements sect. Only with a nascent soul cultivator alive can there be a future. In Baiyuan City, after bringing Xuan Shui down and seeing his daughter Zhang Siju, Ku Zhu ignored Xuan Shui's persuasion and pleas, resolutely drew his sword, and flew towards the suspended platform. With a flash of sword light, Ku Zhu had already landed in front of Chen Mobai. "Master, I'm here to help you." Ku Zhu unleashed his strongest heavenly fertility sword intent, transforming it into a sky full of golden light, attempting to block Yuan Ming's spear for Chen Mobai. "Step back." In response, Chen Mobai uttered only 2 words. Although Ku Zhu's sword intent originated from his Chengping and was powerful in defense, it would probably be defeated the moment it came into contact with Yuan Ming's fully unleashed 6th-order magic weapon attack. However, Ku Zhu's willingness to return at this critical juncture earned Chen Mobai's genuine recognition of him. After deciding on this battle, an initiation ceremony was held for him. He made him his 5th disciple. Seeing that Ku Zhu wouldn't listen to reason, Chen Mobai could only flash his figure and appear in front of Ku Zhu from behind. During this process, 3 6th-order swords with different auras, each imbued with the essence of the Great Tao, followed Chen Mobai as he flew out. Zidian Yunyang Dinghai. This was also the first time Chen Mobai had used these 3 6th-tier swords together in battle. The reason for not using the Hunyuan Bell was that the opponent was not worthy of it. At this moment, the giant shark, accompanied by towering waves, was about to swallow the suspended platform along with Chen Mobai and the 2 people behind him. As Chen Mobai activated the Cantong Qi, the Dinghai sword trembled slightly, sensing that all kinds of energy in the world had been transformed by the Hunyuan Dao into the purest water element Dao power, which was then poured into its blade. This was also the first time that the Dinghai sword had fully unleashed its power. After reaching the 6th rank, even it doesn't know what kind of power it possesses. The exquisite and beautiful Cyan longsword, after receiving enough power from the Tao of Water, suddenly vanished into nothingness on the spot. This scene caused Yuan Ming, who was constantly watching Chen Mobai, and the nascent soul cultivators of the heavenly river realm to look puzzled, wondering what had happened. Could it be that the Dinghai sword couldn't withstand the power of the Great Tao and was annihilated? After all, it was a newly forged 6th-tier sword, and its first move was against Yuan Ming, who was at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Such a situation was possible. Wronged. But Takesu Immortal, who was most sensitive to the void, noticed something was wrong and looked up at the sky above. Well, at this moment, the giant shark that bit Chen Mobai suddenly became ethereal, and then ripples spread across the water before dissipating into a shower of water with a splash. A crisp ding sounded. Yuan Ming's expression changed slightly, and he looked up at the sky. A colossal sword, magnified 10,000 times, descended from the sky. After slicing through and dispersing the shark, the sword tip struck the core of the 6th-tier deep blue short spear. The 2 6th-tier magical artifacts began their most direct confrontation. However, the short spear, which was clearly of a higher grade, seemed to have encountered its natural enemy when facing the 6th-grade low-rank Dinghai sword. Its spiritual light flickered, and the magical artifact's spirit emerged like a shark. After glancing at the Dinghai sword, it immediately showed fear and shrank back. Yuan Ming immediately made a move, drawing out another identical short spear. This is his natal magic weapon, named Xuanjiao Twin Spears. They are all mid-grade 6th rank. He originally thought that one weapon would be enough to deal with Chen Mobai, but he never expected to be forced to use his full strength. But that's all. Just as Yuan Ming was about to unleash his Xuanjiao Twin Spears, combining them to unleash their strongest power, a cold light that made his scales stand on end suddenly flashed beside Chen Mobai. As the latter pointed his sword, it instantly struck in front of him. The second Xuanjiao spear, which had just been taken out, spontaneously emitted a deep blue spiritual light, blocking the Zidian sword that was emitting a faint white glow. Clicking. A piercing sound of metal shattering reached Yuan Ming's ears. To his shock, he saw a small crack appear where his Xuanjiao spear had been struck by the white glowing blade of the Zidian sword. What kind of sword is this? It's so sharp. As expected of the sharpest sword in the Milky Way. This scene was naturally witnessed by the surrounding nascent soul cultivators, who felt that the previous discussion on the Heavenly River sword had been entirely accurate in giving the purple lightning sword its name. Clang! At this moment, the third Yuan Yang sword beside Chen Mobai was also unleashed along with the Yuan Yang sword technique. A vast expanse of golden light intertwined across the sky, and the immortal of the vast Qi saw magnificent patterns within it, leaving him dazzled and mesmerized. Stop! At that moment, as he screamed, finally realizing how ignorant and foolish she had been. But Chen Mobai's Yuan Yang sword had already slashed into Yuan Ming's heart. Chapter 1329 Teisu Immortal Light. Chapter 1329 Teisu Immortal Light. It shone with golden light, carrying a majestic aura that seemed to cleanse all things, making it impossible to look directly at. Although among the three swords wielded by Chen Mobai, the Yuanyang sword is known for its defensive capabilities, it undoubtedly has the most solid foundation. Over the years, under the constant nurturing of the great Tao of saintly virtue, it has even shown a tendency to advance to the middle grade of the 6th rank. This sword strike, even if it were a Yuanming nascent soul cultivator at the peak of his cultivation, would be annihilated. Fellow Taoist, please be cautious. The voice transmissions from Heoran Yiqixian and Teixuxian simultaneously reached Chen Mobai's ears, their tones filled with urgency. If one of the 9 venerable ones of the Jellyfish Palace were to die on the eastern continent, the Jellyfish Palace would certainly mobilize its entire forces to avenge him. That has nothing to do with right or wrong. Only a fight to the death. At that time, not to mention the 5 Elements sect, even the entire eastern continent combined could not withstand the wrath of the Jellyfish Palace. The Jellyfish Palace might even sink the eastern continent in a fit of rage. After all, in the eyes of this power, this world should have been an endless ocean, and no land should have appeared. Chen Mobai had naturally thought of this as well, but now the Jellyfish Palace was trying to ride roughshod over him, and they were already at each other's throats. If he backed down now, what would he do next? Should we really let them take Kingnu away? At worst, we can use the Dharma realm to take away the entire 5 Elements sect. Today, he is determined to teach those 2 guys from the Jellyfish Palace a lesson. Clang! Once the thought was clear, Chen Mobai no longer hesitated. He pushed the Yuan Yang sword technique to its limit, and a vast and magnificent golden sword light erupted, as if golden characters were swirling around the blade. It shattered the deep blue scales on Yuan Ming's chest and easily broke through his 5th-order perfect physical body. Seeing that the Yuan Yang sword was about to pierce through her, as he let out a piercing scream and took out a seashell magic weapon, trying to block it from the side. However, before it could even get close, the seashell artifact was blocked on the spot by the golden characters formed by the Yuan Yang sword light. The blade, sharp and gleaming, pierced through, and blue blood immediately splattered out. Yuan Ming's unparalleled mastery of the water path was completely shattered by this sword strike, and his essence, energy, and spirit began to dissipate. Just as Yuanming was facing a life-or-death crisis, the jade pendant he wore at his waist suddenly emitted a deep blue celestial light. The celestial light, carrying power far exceeding that of the nascent soul realm, instantly covered Yuan Ming's entire body. The Yuanyang sword, which had been advancing with unstoppable momentum, was suddenly frozen in place. Deep blue celestial light surged continuously from Yuanming's wound, carrying the power of the water Tao that eliminates and harmonizes all things, firmly binding the sword blade and the power of sainthood. Who dares to harm my disciple? A majestic Taoist voice rang out from the jade pendant, and a surge of deep blue immortal light erupted from it, transforming into an old merman. His scales gleamed with a cold, metallic bluish-black hue, half of his body was covered in bronze armor, 3 diamond-shaped blades hung on his forehead, and his dark golden pupils gleamed with a chilling light. Faint crow's feet were visible at the corners of his eyes, signifying the long years he had lived. As soon as he appeared, he flicked his finger, and the stalemate between the Yuan Yang sword and the deep blue immortal light was instantly resolved. With a crisp sound, the blade of the Yuanyang sword was bent by the old merman's flick of his finger. If Chen Mobai hadn't summoned the Hunyuan bell in time, causing the old merman to be slightly distracted, the Yuanyang sword might have broken. Practice the void. Seeing the old man make a move and deflect the Yuan Yang sword with a single finger, all the nascent soul cultivators present recalled this realm. The Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness is invincible, and only a cultivator at the void refinement stage could so easily neutralize his attacks. Is this the essence of the Jellyfish Palace? I just don't know how many chi refining cultivators there are. Just as the nascent soul cultivators were filled with fear of the Jellyfish Palace's power, Haoran Yiki Immortal and Takesu Immortal exchanged a glance and breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Mobai's decisiveness surprised the two of them. Perhaps he was so angry that he actually wanted to kill the nascent soul venerable of the Jellyfish Palace. If Yunaming dies here, the eastern continent will inevitably be massacred. Since he's not dead yet, there's at least room for maneuver. Just as the two were thinking about how to start the conversation, Yuan Ming's knees buckled, blood spurted from his 7 orifices, and he collapsed to the ground. Although Chen Mobai's sword did not pierce through him, the sword intent had already shattered his purple mansion and danshan. Yuanming's primordial spirit, cultivated through 1,000 years of arduous practice, would probably have been shattered long ago if not for the protection of the deep blue immortal light. He couldn't even withstand a single sword strike. Realizing that he had survived only because of his master's power, Yuan Ming's eyes widened. With Azi's support, he struggled to his feet and looked at Chen Mobai not far away in disbelief. The sound of swords clashing rang out. The 3 swords, Dinghai, Zidian, and Yuanyang, were already flashing with their own light and landed behind Chen Mobai again. "You brat from Dongzhou, how dare you defy the Jellyfish Palace?" At this moment, after examining Yuan Ming's injuries, the old merman's face darkened, and his dark golden eyes blazed with fury. Clang! Chen Mobai ignored these words and activated the Hunyuan bell, preparing to use this treasure to guide the heavenly curtain and earthly network array to annihilate the void refining avatar in front of him. The moment the Yuan Yang sword was unleashed, Chen Mobai's killing intent was resolute. He was prepared to fight the Jellyfish Palace to the death. "Fellow Taoists, please wait." Seeing this situation, even though Haoran Yikixian really didn't want to get involved, he still had to bite the bullet and step forward to try and smooth things over, considering the consequences of the 5-element sect and the Water Mother Palace going to war. "Get out, he must die today." But the old mermaid was even more domineering. He had already reached the Void Realm 3,000 years ago, and his word was law within the Jellyfish Palace. If it weren't for the rules of the palace, he even felt that the 5 continents had no reason to exist, and this world should return to the sea, transforming into a vast ocean. After waving his hand to send the Haoran Yiki Immortal who came over to make peace flying, the old merman, having severely injured Yuanming, hovered in midair, holding the Xuanjiao twin spears in a daze. Amidst the deafening splash of water, sharks even larger than those in Yuan Ming's hands appeared on either side of the suspended platform, carrying a water-based Dao power several times more terrifying than Yuan Ming's, and lunged at Chen Mobai. Clearly, these 2 mid-grade 6th-tier magic weapons unleash power beyond their limits at this moment. What's even more amazing is that the combined power of the 2 guns was the magic weapon, and the old merman did not reveal his chi of the void refinement stage at all, thus not causing the ascension light to descend. But Chen Mobai remained unmoved in the face of such an offensive, because Tengxianji did not issue a warning. Ding ding ding! As the Hunyuan bell swayed, circles of 5-colored ripples spread out like waves. With the support of the heavenly curtain and earthly network array, its power to overcome all 5 elements under heaven was fully unleashed. The 2 giant sharks formed from the Xuanjiao twin spears had just bitten down when they were swept away by 5-colored ripples, turning from lifelike creatures into splashes of water. But at this moment, Chen Mobai noticed that Tengxianji had begun to issue a strong warning. The old merman suddenly burst forth with deep blue immortal light, vanishing from his spot in an instant and reappearing before him. It's definitely a practice of emptiness. Seeing this, even those nascent soul cultivators, including true monarch King Feng, who still had doubts, were now certain of the old merman's cultivation level. Apart from the Void Palace, only those who control the Void can achieve such instantaneous teleportation. After closing the distance, the Merman Elder unleashed his true power, his deep blue immortal light carrying a terrifying power capable of annihilating all things, covering Chen Mobai's entire body. At the same time, the ascension light from the 9 heavens had already descended. Moreover, it didn't land towards Dongju, but flew directly towards Tianhai. This means that once the avatar reveals its strength, the true body cannot hide it either. Is it necessary for the Jellyfish Palace to sacrifice a void refinement cultivator for this? Those who had reached the nascent soul stage were all utterly shocked upon realizing this. They would rather send up a void refinement cultivator than let Chen Mobai die. What profound resources they have. Faced with this situation, Chen Mobai's expression was also solemn. Teng Xianzhi's warning meant that even the newly ascended 6th-level pure Yang immortal robe, Mugu, and others could not withstand the opponent's attack. Only the Hunyuan Bell can do this. However, this magical artifact had already been unleashed at 120% power, almost holding back the Xuanjiao twin spears, which were burning their very essence. Should we risk extracting 50% of the spiritual veins within the 5-element sect's territory to try and block, or even seal it with the Haitian mirror? The thought flashed through Chen Mobai's mind, and the warning from Teng Xianzhi began to weaken. This means it can be blocked. Another very simple method is to release the spirits from the Dharma realm. However, after weighing the pros and cons with the Fankan book, Chen Mobai realized that using the magic array and Haitian mirror to block would minimize the losses. After all, if the spirit lord were to emerge, the Dharma realm would be exposed, and he would certainly have to go all out against the old merman's attack. In that case, it would inevitably trigger the ascension light. Let's make things difficult for the people below first. After thinking it through, Chen Mobai's second primordial spirit flew out from the back of his head. The 6 pure Yang sets, with the Haitian mirror as the core, extracted and unleashed 50% of the spiritual veins of the heavenly curtain earthly network array. The image of the Star Sealer, sealing the Grim Reaper, flashed before Chen Mobai's eyes. He never expected that this experience would actually come in handy. Great Formation activate. With Chen Mobai's sharp shout, beams of spiritual light lit up the eastern wilderness. The light, like pillars, shot into the sky, made a turn in the firmament and flew towards the location of the suspended platform, like shooting stars with trailing tails. A bronze mirror with a phoenix-shaped wooden frame lit up above Chen Mobai's head, instantly absorbing all the spiritual essence of the eastern wilderness. Although Chen Mobai had just replaced Ling Shu with Mu Gu, this magic weapon was only recently completed and not as proficient as Haitian mirror. It might not be able to control the heavenly curtain and earthly network array smoothly. Therefore, at this critical moment of life and death, Chen Mobai still trusted his natal magic weapon more. With a thought, the bright mirror was aimed at the merman elder in front of Chen Mobai. The golden and silver mirror light shone down, trapping the merman elder's avatar on the spot. During this process, the Haitian mirror light clashed with the deep blue immortal light unleashed by the old man. The void shattered in an instant. This means that the two forces are equivalent to 2 cultivators at the void refinement stage fighting each other. This scene left all the nascent soul cultivators present speechless. Although they knew that Chen Mobai was very strong and was probably the strongest in the Heavenly River realm, they still found it hard to accept that he was on par with a void refinement cultivator. This scene greatly surprised the murderous old merman. You must understand that he risked ascending to immortality to unleash the true power of this avatar, all to wash away the shame of the Jellyfish Palace venerable being defeated and crippled by an outsider with a single sword strike. And now, they can't even get close to the other party. He couldn't accept it either. At this moment, the old merman had already sensed that his main body was being enveloped by the ascension light and heading towards the 9 heavens tribulation. It was precisely because of this that his avatar could fight until its power was exhausted. This is also a method that many cultivators at the Jellyfish Palace who have reached the void refinement stage have figured out. However, unexpectedly, the first time it was used was on Chen Mobai. Boom! Upon realizing this, the old merman directly unleashed 99% of the power of his avatar, adding it to his deep blue immortal light and sublimating it into the primordial immortal light. This is one of the supreme supernatural powers passed down in the Jellyfish Palace. He didn't believe that a mere junior at the nascent soul stage could withstand him. The deep blue immortal light, which was originally locked in a stalemate with the Haitian mirror light, began to transform into a primordial form after receiving the power of the old merman's incarnation. It changed from deep blue to blue-white, and finally the blue faded away, turning into pure and flawless white. As the pure white celestial light swept across, the gold and silver intermingled light of the Haitian mirror immediately began to dissipate. This is because the silvery radiance is from the eastern wilderness spiritual veins extracted by the heavenly curtain and earthly network array, and has not yet been completely refined and transformed into nirvana power. At this moment, the three swords, under Chen Mobai's control, replaced the Hunyuan bell in suppressing the Quanjiao twin spears. The primordial bell, having broken free, rang out, drawing upon all the remaining spiritual veins of the heavenly curtain and earthly network array. Along with the energy dissipated by the primordial immortal light, it was transformed into nirvana power through the primordial Tao and supplied to the Haitian mirror. Soon, all the silver mirror light dissipated, but the golden mirror light became even more dazzling and bright. Although it was forced to expand outward by the Tai Su immortal light, the seal it formed was never broken. It remained the suspended platform in front of Chen Mobai where the old merman was trapped. This scene shocked the old merman and the two nascent soul cultivators from the nearby jellyfish palace. They are the ones who know best the power of the primordial immortal light. Even the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness managed to block it. What kind of mirror is this? The path of nirvana. The old merman was indeed a master of the void refinement realm. After several clashes with the Haitian mirror light, he finally understood from the response of the Tai Su immortal light what power was resisting him. Both are innate Taos, and both possess transcendent power. Even the Tao of termination cannot harm them. Although the Tai Su immortal light also originated from the primordial Tao, the old merman was only at the void refinement stage, and his understanding of this Tao was merely superficial. Clang. With the final resounding clang of the primordial bell, the primordial immortal light, having unleashed all its power, could no longer sustain itself. Together with the old merman, it was sealed into a single point by the Haitian mirror light and fell into Chen Mobai's palm. Chapter 1330, Asking Senior Spirit Venerable for Help. Chapter 1330, Asking Senior Spirit Venerable for Help. As the golden light fell into his palm, Chen Mobai's expression became slightly dazed. More than 100 years ago, he could only watch as Kaingsing sacrificed himself to seal the incarnation of the god of death on Five Peaks Immortal Mountain. But now, he has become the Kaingsing of that time. Moreover, he is even more powerful than Kaingsing, possessing several innate great Taos, which gives him the means to resist Liangsu, who has mastered the power of the great Tao. Although the old merman was merely an avatar and limited by the environment of the heavenly river realm, preventing him from unleashing his full power without restraint, the fact remained that he was now in his grasp. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but reach out and clench his fist. As he moved, the golden light in his palm began to twist. The sealed merman elder's incarnation had exhausted 99% of its power in order to unleash the primordial immortal light. Unlike the incarnation of the god of death, it was a crystallization of the power of the great Tao of death, which the heavenly curtain and earthly network array could not digest. Soon the light shattered, and with Chen Mobai releasing his hand and shaking it lightly, it scattered into a pile of golden stars. This action is like dusting. Extremely easy. But to the surrounding nascent soul cultivators, it left them all stunned and speechless. This is the incarnation of a void refinement cultivator. To deal with a nascent soul cultivator, even one at the perfection stage, should be a crushing defeat in one move. How come the situation is reversed now? Even after witnessing it with their own eyes, the nascent soul cultivators present still couldn't believe it. This Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness is truly invincible. After the initial shock, the nascent soul cultivators turned their attention to Azzy and Uniming, wondering how the Jellyfish Palace would handle the situation. With the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness presiding over the sect, even Lion Su couldn't defeat him. Therefore, there is no one in the heavenly river realm who can stop him. There may be other cultivators in the Jellyfish Palace, but at most they will ascend to immortality one by one, just like the old merman. Or perhaps they all came out in full force, bringing the primordial water control flag, a primordial spiritual treasure. Thinking of this, everyone was still worried about the Five Elements sect. After all, the behavior of the Jellyfish Palace greatly disgusted the nascent soul cultivators present. Compared to the others, Haoran Yikishian and Taixushian were even more worried. Because they had already realized that the formation Chen Mobai used to deal with the old merman, had already extracted a lot of spiritual energy from the land in the previous attack. Looking down, the once vibrant and spiritually rich eastern wilderness plateau began to show signs of decay, with the green spiritual herbs on the ground turning faintly yellow. This must be the last trump card of the Azure Emperor of the eastern wilderness. If another cultivator from the Jellyfish Palace were to emerge, the Five Elements sect would likely still face calamity. At this moment, Chen Mobai looked up at the sky. In the nine heavens, the Merman Elder's true form was enveloped in the ascending spiritual light, easily passing through 4 levels. Judging from the trend, he was expected to enter the spirit void immortal realm intact. Chen Mobai was very clear about his own strength. He knew that once he left the heavenly curtain earthly network array, he would be no match for a void refinement cultivator, so he did not chase after him. However, there's nothing they can do against Liangsu. Killing 2 nascent soul cultivators at a time is still a piece of cake. Amidst the resounding clang, Chen Mobai turned to look at Azzy and Yunaming not far away. With a thought, the purple lightning sea-stabilizing sword behind him rang out, aimed at the 2 of them respectively. "Fellow Taoist, please calm your anger." Seeing this, Heoran Yiqixian and Taixu immediately tried to dissuade them. Although Shuimu Palace had been forced to ascend to the void refinement stage, at least so far, no one had died. After the Five Elements sect demonstrated its strength and resources, considering the enormous cost of taking it down, the Jellyfish Palace might compromise. However, if these 2 nascent soul cultivators of the Jellyfish Palace die, then the Jellyfish Palace will have no other choice. They will definitely bring out the primordial water control flag and sink the land where the Five Elements sect is located. However, Chen Mobai ignored him and pointed his sword, and the 2 swords, Dinghai Zidian and Dinghai Zidian, swept out across the sky. But at this moment, the intercontinental teleportation array above the suspended platform lit up with a silver light. Taixu Immortal's expression shifted, but he did not stop it. A figure flashed out from it, instantly landing in front of Azzy and Yunaming, and with a wave of his wide sleeve, swept away the 2 Sixth Order swords. The newcomer was dressed in a long black robe with wide sleeves. He was tall and slender like a pine tree, with a deep blue jade belt with dragon patterns hanging from his waist. His eyes were like deep, icy pools, and his face was pale and almost transparent. He stood there as if he were the center of heaven and earth, but when divine sense swept over him, there was no trace of his presence. Upon seeing him, the assembled deities were shocked. This kind of energy is at least on par with Chen Mobai's, and he could take the step of refining emptiness at any time. Moreover, he could easily deflect both swords of the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness, so he's probably another void refinement cultivator. The Jellyfish Palace's history is truly unfathomable. Greetings, Palace Master. At this moment, Azzy and Yunaming looked as if they had seen a savior and respectfully bowed to the cultivator in front of them. It turns out he is the current head of the Jellyfish Palace. After listening, Chen Mobai's expression turned slightly serious. Because after the newcomer appeared, Teng Xianji had already issued a strong warning. The extent of this is similar to that of the Merman Elder's incarnation, which means that even if this person is not a void refiner, he still has the means to threaten his life and death. For example, the legendary innate spiritual treasure, the primordial water control flag. May I ask if your fellow Taoist Nangongjin? At this moment, Heoran Yiqixian spoke. Although the Jellyfish Palace never appears in the world, the human Holy Land is still very concerned about this most powerful force in the Milky Way realm, and at least they are aware of the name of the current sect leader. Good. Nangongjin nodded in response. He was not a merman and seemed to be more knowledgeable about etiquette. My name is Kang Wenyan. Seeing that Nangongjin didn't seem to be ready to fight or kill right away, and appeared to be open to negotiation, Heoran Yiqixian breathed a sigh of relief and immediately introduced himself, hoping to explain the situation. But at that moment, the intercontinental teleportation array on the suspended platform lit up with silver light once again. Taixu lips twitched as he sensed the same situation as before. This is a cultivator with exceptional skill in the Tao of Void, who forcibly took control of the entire teleportation array from the other end, and is currently teleporting over. The only way to achieve this is through practicing emptiness. Although Taixu could stop this by destroying the teleportation array, Nangongjin looked over as soon as he had this thought, seemingly sensing that the power of the void around him was fluctuating with his emotions. Seeing the warning in Nangong Jin's eyes, Take Sushian had no choice but to abandon his thoughts. In the blink of an eye, another merman stepped out of the teleportation array with an icy expression. This is a female merman, whose appearance is somewhat similar to Azzy's, but more mature. Her long, silver-blue hair is as thick as seaweed, and the silk veil she wears covers her vital parts like flowing water. Below her slender waist are not legs, but a fish tail with fins. The thin, turquoise scales reflect stardust-like light and carry the heart-palpitating power of the great Tao of water. Another one who has mastered the void refinement stage. Compared to Nangong Jin, this female merman did not hide herself. After stepping out of the teleportation array, the power of the surrounding void was completely under her control. The deities of the Taeksu Misty Palace all had slight changes in expression. "Great-grandmother, you've come." Upon seeing the female merman, Azzy's face lit up with joy, and she immediately came up behind her to begin complaining. "Palace Master, now that you're here, what do you suggest we do about this?" After listening, the female merman gave Chen Mobai a cold look, then turned to Nangong Jin and asked, "Jellyfish Palace cannot be humiliated." Nangong Jin said this. Chen Mobai took a deep breath and had prepared for the worst. But at this moment, Nangong Jin said again, "Although I am the palace master, according to the palace rules, I also need to obey the instructions of the Supreme Elder. If Elder Ayu has any other ideas, she can speak them out." The female mermaid was named Ayue, and she was the wife of the elderly mermaid who ascended to heaven. The old mermaid was named Hanaming. The couple were both at the void refining stage, so naturally they were the ones in charge of the Jellyfish Palace on a regular basis. "Then let's do as the palace master wishes." When Ayue heard that Nangong Jin shared the same thoughts as her, she nodded and looked coldly at Chen Mobai not far away. "Senior, there might be some misunderstanding." Haoran Yikixian braced himself and tried to mediate, but Ayue gave him a cold glance that made the hairs on his body stand on end, as if he were being submerged in water, with endless streams of water rushing into his mouth and nose, making it impossible for him to breathe or speak. At the critical moment, the phantom of a purple jade ruler lit up between the brows of Haoran Yikixian, and a peaceful and holy aura surged out, dissolving Ayue's forbidden spell. The thousand-year primordial Yang ruler. When Ayue saw the phantom of the ruler, a look of fear flashed across her face. "This is the current holy master of the Thousand Autumns Ink Forest, and that is the sect master of the Taeksu Misty Palace." Nangong Jin had already greeted the two of them, and then introduced Haoran Yikixian and Taeksu Xian to Ayu. "This person has offended my Jellyfish Palace today, and his crime deserves to be punished. I urge you two not to interfere. Otherwise, if we report this to the immortal realm's Thousand Autumn Saint and the true King of the Void, you two will likely also be punished." After learning their identities, Ayue gave them a little face. Although the Jellyfish Palace is undoubtedly the #1 power, the jellyfish has transcended and left the immortal realm. In the immortal realm, it still has to bow down to the Thousand Autumn Saint and the true King of the Void. Alas, could you please refrain from attacking the Eastern Continent and its mortals? Haoran Yikixian knew that the 3 nascent soul cultivators from the Water Mother Palace had all come out today to get revenge. He knew he couldn't persuade them on his own, so he had no choice but to make this request. "All right, today we will only kill the cultivators of the 5 Elements sect." Ayue nodded and said this, which was considered a gesture of respect to the 2 great holy sites of Zhangzhou. Upon hearing this, Haoran Yikixian's expression turned rather unpleasant. As the overlord of the Eastern Continent, the 5 Elements sect has a considerable number of cultivators, and if it were to be wiped out, it would certainly cause a bloodbath. But clearly, this is already the bottom line for Jellyfish Palace. I've said it before, no one can defy the Jellyfish Palace. After Azzy found a backer, she returned to her original self, but this time she didn't smile. Instead, she looked coldly at Chen Mobai and said, "My husband, please hand me over." At this moment, Qing Nu suddenly sent a telepathic message to Chen Mobai, wondering if she could use herself, along with the influence of the 2 great holy lands of Zhangzhou, to save the 5 Elements sect. "Shut up, even if I die in battle today, I will not let the Jellyfish Palace take you away." Chen Mobai interrupted him sharply. "Moreover, we are not at our wits' end yet." With this in mind, Chen Mobai, holding the Hunyuan bell and with 3 sixth-order swords hanging behind him, took another step forward. This step caused Azzy, who had just mustered up her courage, to turn fright and shrink behind Ayu and Nangong Jin in a flash. You too, if you want to kill me, perhaps one of you will need to ascend to the heavens. As Chen Mobai spoke, his second primordial spirit also activated the heavenly curtain earthly network array to extract the remaining spiritual veins, and even prepared to use the primordial 5 elements to annihilate the divine thunder fish in a desperate attempt to break the stalemate. Boy, you don't understand the profound techniques of my jellyfish palace at all. I can use the technique of splitting my soul and possessing my body to descend into Azzy's body, and through my own Tao fruit, raise her strength to the void refinement realm, and control my 5 6th-order magic weapons to suppress and kill you. Even if she can't kill you, I can simply ascend and take action in my true form. Aue, however, spoke these words with a cold face, clearly having made up her mind. Hearing this, Azai behind her even showed surprise and delight, as if this opportunity was a great honor for her. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai suddenly recalled what Yuan Kink had done when the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression Sect was ravaged. At that time, he used the Tower of Refining the Tao to descend from the immortal realm into Yuan Zhen's body. They were blood relatives, and Yuan Zhen had also refined the Tao fruit. It turns out they learned it from the Jellyfish Palace. At this moment, all the nascent soul cultivators present looked at Chen Mobai with regret. If things continue as they are, this person will definitely be able to ascend, and may even succeed in merging with the Tao in the immortal realm, becoming an immortal and an ancestor, just like the 9 Heavens demon-subduing ancestor. But I never expected that I would provoke such a behemoth as the Jellyfish Palace today. Senior, I am Yi Qing, the sect leader of the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression Sect. Could you spare the 5 Elements sect for the sake of our ancestor from the upper realm? After all, your sect's cultivators are still alive. Yi Qing flew over on the taste sword, lowered his proud head, and even invoked the name of the 9 Heavens demon-slaying ancestor in an attempt to save Chen Mobai. For the sake of the 9 Heavens demon-subduing ancestor, I'll pretend I never heard this. Aue coldly uttered these words, and just as Yi Qing was about to speak again, she waved her silk gauze, immobilizing him just like the Hao Ran Yi Xian had done earlier. Seeing this, Zhang Pengkong stopped in his tracks, but he still sent a telepathic message to Take Xian, wondering if the sect leader could help. "Sai, I've done my best in today's matter." Takesu Immortal shook his head helplessly at this. Just when everyone thought that Chen Mobai and the 5 Elements sect were about to be destroyed by the Water Mother Palace, Chen Mobai played his last trump card. After he finished speaking to Qing Nu, his expression turned solemn, and he respectfully bowed to the sky, saying, "Today our sect has encountered an unpleasant guest. We beg Senior Spirit Venerable to take action." Chapter 1330, Won the Power of the 7th Order. Chapter 1330, Won the Power of the 7th Order. Who is the Spirit Lord? Everyone present was astonished upon hearing Chen Mobai's words. Among the top cultivators of the Heavenly River realm, there has never been anyone with this name. Judging from the title, could it be a true spirit? Even Feng Qingshu, the leader of the 9 true spirits, wouldn't dare to interfere in today's matter. Besides, Feng Qingshu is right here. Playing tricks. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, a Yue snorted coldly, and a blue and white jade ring flew from her fair wrist, landing in front of Azai. The latter immediately and respectfully extended her right hand to put it on. Soon, Azzi's aura began to soar, reaching the peak of the nascent soul stage in the blink of an eye, and began to endlessly advance towards the void refinement stage. At that moment, a rift suddenly appeared in the void above, tearing open the sky like a portal. Then, a rushing sound of water came, and to the astonishment of the assembled deities, a colossal shadow, blotting out the sky, rode on a giant wave and flew out from within. Nangong Jin, who had been calm all along, finally became serious at this moment. Not only him, but also the arrogant Aue stared wide-eyed at the blonde woman with golden eyes standing on the giant Kun incarnation, her eyes wide with disbelief. The moment the Spirit Lord appeared, they had already sensed the power of the great Tao of the same level. The 5 Elements sect actually has someone who has reached the void refinement stage. Not only the Jellyfish Palace, but all the nascent soul cultivators present were gaping in disbelief. Especially Shengxi, Yi Qing, and other native holy sites of the eastern continent who have transformed into deities. They had always believed that, although the 5 Elements sect was currently the strongest in the eastern continent, its foundation was far inferior to that of ancient holy lands like theirs. Little did anyone know that Chen Mobai was so good at hiding his abilities, with a void refinement realm expert behind him. This must be the foundation of the longevity cult, right? Those who knew the origins of the Five Elements sect, including Shanxi, all had this thought in their minds. At this moment, Heoran Yiqixian and others also sent voice transmissions to ask these locals of Dangzhou what exactly was going on with this void refinement cultivator. To this, Shanxi, Yiqing, and the others all gave a bewildered reply, "I don't know." The Spirit Lord, riding his giant Kun avatar, descended from the sky and landed on the side of the suspended platform. The platform, which was already quite large, looked like a small plank compared to the giant Kun. After landing, the Spirit Lord looked at Qing Nu behind Chen Mobai with his golden eyes and said with a look of satisfaction, "I have been in seclusion for hundreds of years, and I never thought that my disciple would have already become a god." These words immediately made everyone present realize the truth. So this is the mysterious and extraordinary master of Dangxia Zhenjun mentioned in the Wuchengjai records. If it's about practicing emptiness, then everything makes sense. No wonder the Five Elements sect has developed so rapidly. It's likely that this being helped a great deal in enabling the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness to achieve such success. Disciple pays respects to master. It is truly an offense to trouble you with the aftermath. Before Chen Mobai summoned the Spirit Lord, he had already told Qing Nu about this matter through telepathy, so Qing Nu cooperated immediately. For her, being able to become Lingzhen's disciple was a blessing. After all, the people of the immortal sect all grew up listening to the legends of the Spirit Lord. "Senior, please don't mention my affair with Bai Guang to Qing Nu." Seeing Qing Nu become a disciple, Chen Mobai suddenly remembered something, broke out in a cold sweat, and quickly sent a telepathic message. "Don't worry, I'm not that gossipy." The Spirit Lord's words relieved Chen Mobai. At that moment, Chen Mobai suddenly heard Taixu Immortal's voice transmission, who asked with some surprise, "Fellow Taoist Chen, what you just activated was the Dharma realm." Such supernatural powers of the Dharma realm might be able to deceive others present, but they could never deceive Taixu Immortal, who recognized it at a glance. Even though it was a life-or-death situation for the Five Elements sect, Taixu Immortal still couldn't help but ask. Chen Mobai was well aware that if he didn't answer well, he might turn against the Taixu Pyo Mil Palace, a power second only to the Shuimu Palace, so he simply told them about the mysterious old man he had met at the Beidou conference. "In the past, I received the 4 books of the Great Void from this mysterious senior, which recorded secret techniques related to the Dharma realm, illusions of the void, and so on." Upon hearing this, Taixu Xian immediately pressed for details about the mysterious old man's appearance and the specific scene from that time, which Chen Mobai also described in detail. Although there is no Dharma realm above the 4 books of the Great Void, for the time being, we can only try to fool them in this way. If they really can't withstand the attack from the Jellyfish Palace today, Chen Mobai is already prepared to open his Dharma realm and lead the 5 Elements sect cultivators here to escape. It doesn't matter if there's another formidable enemy like the Taixu Misty Palace at that time. "May I ask your honorable name, fellow traveler?" At this moment, after the Spirit Lord emerged from the Dharma realm, Nangong Jin, as the sect leader of the Jellyfish Palace, finally spoke. Upon hearing this, Heoran Yiqixian breathed a sigh of relief. This indicates a desire for peace talks. After all, the Spirit Venerable is a true void refiner. Even though there are 2 void refiners present in the Water Mother Palace now, and there is also Azzy as a backup avatar, someone will definitely have to ascend to deal with the Spirit Venerable. Even though the Jellyfish Palace has a profound foundation, the number of people at the Void Refinement Realm is definitely very limited. Perhaps, apart from the merman Elder Han Ming who has already been forced to ascend, there are only these 2 in front of us. If another one were to ascend, the Jellyfish Palace would no longer be able to remain as detached as it is now in the face of the great changes in the world. "You may call me Spirit Lord. I heard from Zio Chen that you are going to take my disciple away for punishment." Before the Spirit Lord emerged from the Dharma realm, he had already heard Chen Mobai's divine sense transmit the situation here. Her first reaction was that it was a bit wrong for Chen Mobai to be two-timing. After all, Lingzhen and Beiguang were good friends. But soon Lingzhen remembered that Xuexian had told her this gossip before, that Beiguang was the third party who interfered, and that Chen Mobai and Qingnu were the true love. It was Bai Guang who disregarded his status and stole her away, using his age and position to engage in underhanded practices. Although he and Bai Guang were close friends who had shared life and death, Ling Zun still had a very upright moral compass and thought that Bai Guang was a bit shameless in this matter. It was for this reason that, when Chen Mobai made the request, the spirit lord readily agreed. On the contrary, Ling Zun felt that Chen Mobai was a true man of integrity, for he was able to live up to Qing Nu's feelings even when his cultivation was so weak, and he faced a nascent soul ancestor like Bai Guang. Thinking of this, the spirit lord admired Chen Mobai even more. Therefore, the spirit lord intends to pretend he doesn't know about this matter, and let Chen Mobai and Bai Guang resolve it themselves when they have the chance to meet in the future. She was just worried that the couple both had fiery tempers, and that they might start fighting over a single disagreement. Although Bai Guang's realm is now higher, with Chen Mobai's extraordinary talent, he will probably be able to reach the void refinement stage soon. Moreover, he has also mastered the innate Great Tao, so the couple may have a fierce battle. Oh, I don't know that, let me ask. After the spirit lord spoke, Nangong Jin seemed somewhat surprised, and then turned to ask the weak and heavily injured Yuan Ming. Azzy is currently distracted by Ayu's attention, leaving Yuanming as the only person directly involved. Reporting to the sect leader, it's like this. Yuan Ming dared not lie, and immediately recounted the whole story. Why didn't you inform me about finding Yu Chan's whereabouts? Nangong Jin frowned slightly after hearing this, his tone turning serious. The matter was urgent. The palace master was probably busy with other things at the time, so Azzy notified Hanaming and me. Considering that the longer the immortal book and jade slip were lost, the greater the possibility of them being exposed to outsiders, we asked the two of them to come out urgently to deal with the matter. The one who answered was Ayue. As she spoke, Azai had already received the infusion of the Great Tao through the possession of the divided soul, and could now unleash the strength of the void refinement stage using the refined Tao fruit. However, Azzy, who had been looking expectant just moments before, was unusually docile at this moment, as if she was afraid that she would really have to take action. After all, the spirit venerable was standing right in front of her, and with her newly acquired strength, she was probably no match for her. Even knowing it was suicide, she still refused. Fellow Taoist, the matter is clear now. It was the people below who were incompetent and had questionable methods. However, the immortal book and jade slip, as the stolen inheritance of my palace, must be returned. As the head of the Water Mother Palace, Nangong Jin's words gave the Five Elements sect a way out without diminishing their own reputation, which made Haoran Yikixian, who was thinking about how to handle the matter, secretly nod in approval. If it is yours, it should be returned to its rightful owner. But how can you prove that the immortal jade slip in my disciple's hand is the one that was stolen from your jellyfish palace? The spirit lord responded with a cold laugh. Upon hearing this, the assembled nascent soul cultivators, who had thought the matter was about to come to a peaceful end, secretly thought things were going to get really bad. This mysterious spirit lord is indeed just like the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness. He's too arrogant. Faced with the formidable presence of the two void refinement cultivators from the Jellyfish Palace, neither of them dared to yield. What do you mean by that, fellow Taoist? As expected, after the spirit lord responded, Nangong Jin's eyes narrowed, and his originally calm demeanor began to become deep and terrifying. Why waste so much breath on them? Please, Palace Master, summon the primordial water control banner and sink the eastern continent. Before the spirit lord could answer, a Yue couldn't hold back any longer. Although the Five Elements sect also had a void refining realm cultivator, which was beyond her expectations, the Water Mother Palace's foundation was not a void refining realm cultivator, but a seventh-order innate spiritual treasure, the primordial water control flag. When this magical artifact is unleashed to its fullest potential, its power is enough to submerge the 5 continents of the heavenly river realm. Let alone the fact that a spirit venerable at the void refinement level can only make one move under the rules of the heavenly river realm. Even if he could unleash his full power, it would be impossible to stop him. Fellow Taoist, please give us an explanation or send us the immortal book and jade slip, and have those who have read it swear that they will never spread it outside, so that this matter can be considered a misunderstanding. However, Nangong Jin decided to give the Five Elements sect a chance. After all, activating the primordial water control flag would be a huge burden for someone at the void refinement stage. Moreover, once the eastern continent is submerged, at least in the upper realm, the Nine Heavens demon-slaying ancestor and the Wu-Wei immortal lord, both seventh-order true immortals, will definitely hold them accountable. I'll say it again, I can promise not to tell anyone, but I won't swear an oath. Seeing that Nangong Jin seemed to be receptive to reason, and didn't want to take the final step of abandoning the territory he had cultivated for so long, Chen Mobai finally gave a reply. If the Jellyfish Palace is still not satisfied, then they will have no choice but to fight. Palace Master, make your move. Leave this chi-refining cultivator from the Five Elements sect to me. I will ascend to immortality with her. Ayue seemed unwilling to allow the Five Elements sect and the Water Mother Palace to negotiate, so she bypassed Nangong Jin and, controlling Azai's avatar, stood before the Spirit Lord. Fellow Taoist, the Jellyfish Palace cannot be insulted. At this point, Nangong Jin had no other choice. After giving Chen Mobai a deep look, he waved his wide sleeves, and the power of the water path in the entire heavenly river realm seemed to awaken and begin to boil. A deep, ethereal flag began to take shape as it coalesced across the endless waterways above the eastern continent. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai's heart sank. The severity of Tengxianji's warning was unprecedented. This means that he has no means to resist this seventh-tier primordial water control banner. Fellow Taoist Nangong, the eastern continent is related to the great Tao of the Nine Heavens demon-slaying ancestor. If it sinks, I'm afraid your Water Mother Palace cannot bear the responsibility. Seeing this, Heoran Yiqixian quickly spoke up, hoping that the Jellyfish Palace would show mercy out of consideration for this situation. Don't worry, I will control the power of the primordial water control flag, only sinking half of the eastern continent, and not letting the eastern land be affected. Nangong Jin said this without any expression. Splash! At this moment, the sky had transformed into an endless ocean, and the water elemental energy from all four seas condensed into a deep blue flag. The moment the flag appeared, the 9 heavenly tribulations that had spanned the sky of the Milky Way realm since time immemorial were also pierced, revealing the vast Milky Way and the infinitely distant immortal realm at its deepest part. Is this the power of a seventh-tier, innate spiritual treasure? Seeing this, Chen Mobai transmitted his voice to the Spirit Venerable, preparing to open his Dharma realm and take the Five Elements sect away. At the same time, he used the primordial Five Elements extinction Divine Thunder to detonate all the spiritual veins to buy time. I'll remember this grudge. On the eastern continent, hundreds of millions of people of our human race live. If the Jellyfish Palace really intends to commit such a heinous massacre, my Taiksu Misty Palace, as a righteous holy land of the human race, will never allow it. Just then, after communicating with Chen Mobai telepathically, Taiksu Xian, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke out with strong words. His words surprised Chen Mobai and all the nascent soul cultivators present. I don't understand what he's trying to do by stepping forward now. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Taiksu Xianyi straightened his clothes, clasped his hands in a respectful bow, and bowed towards the direction of Zhangzhu, uttering the true words. Please, Ancestor Taiksu Measuring Ruler, make your move. Everyone was startled when he said that. Even Heoran Yiqixian stared wide-eyed, wondering why Taiksu Xian would stand up to Shumu Palace for the sake of the Five Elements sect. They even used the Taiksu Measuring Ruler. Moreover, would the Taiksu Measuring Ruler be willing to do so? After all, this treasure for attaining enlightenment is of equal status to the Patriarch, the true King of the Void. Unless absolutely necessary, even the sect leader, the immortal of the Void, cannot command it. But soon, Heoran Yiqixian saw a dazzling silver light shining in the endless ocean above the sky. A long ruler, pure white and covered with mysterious patterns, appeared out of nowhere. I recommend a new book. After divorcing the Queen of Pop, I became a literary master. Mr. Jiang Ran, how did you achieve so much in various fields in just a few years? Could you share your journey and experiences over the years? In response to questions from the media, Jiang Ran, the best-selling young novelist of the 21st century, the most influential screenwriter in Chinese film history, and the greatest lyricist and composer in the Chinese music scene, stated, I owe all of this to my ex-wife. Without her, I wouldn't be who I am today. So is it true that you and pop diva Shen Nianwei are getting a divorce? Yes, but we're planning to remarry soon. Chapter 1332 Satisfaction. Chapter 1332 Satisfaction. The moment the Tai Su measuring ruler appeared, the endless ocean covering everything above the eastern continent was directly smashed into a void vortex. No matter how powerful the Tao of water is, when it approaches this treasure for attaining enlightenment, it is as if it has been swallowed into a bottomless abyss and vanished without a trace. The seventh level is the Great Tao. The primordial water control flag can control the water-based path of the entire heavenly river realm, and even the spirit void immortal realm. The Tai Su measuring ruler is equally impressive, its essence filling the boundless void. The moment the two great paths came into contact, all 3,000 great paths in the entire heavenly river realm began to tremble. Feng Qingshu and the other nascent soul cultivators, who were already capable of taking the first step into the void refinement stage, were all greatly shaken, sensing that the corresponding Tao of their cultivation was being activated at this moment. If the primordial water control flag and the void measuring ruler were to truly clash, it is estimated that not only the eastern continent, but even half of the heavenly river realm could suffer as a result. Among the nascent soul cultivators present, Heoran Yikixian remained calm, as he was protected by the thousand autumn primordial Yang ruler. However, he was in a very conflicted mood. Fellow Taoist, your indignation is overwhelming. What am I to do? The reason why the immortal Taixu intervened was to protect the human race of the eastern continent. Since the Thousand Autumns Ink Forest is also a sacred land of the righteous path, and has been the leader of the central continent for tens of thousands of years, if it does not follow suit and bring out the Thousand Autumns primordial Yang ruler at this time, it will definitely be talked about behind its back by human cultivators from the 5 continents in the future. The sacred place of Kainkyu Brush and Ink Forest is not good at anything else, but only at its reputation. That wasn't something I considered. Taixu Immortal transmitted his voice somewhat embarrassedly. In fact, he hadn't planned to take action at first, especially not to use his Tao-attaining treasure. But after learning about that incident, he felt compelled to help Chen Mobai get through this difficult time. Zhang Pangkong, standing to the side, was deeply moved. He thought that the sect leader had summoned the Taixu measuring ruler for a reason, and his sense of belonging to the sect became even stronger. That's enough. Seeing the scene before him, Heoran Yikixian knew that a fight was definitely not going to happen, and was happy to add insult to injury. As a sacred place of righteousness for humanity, the Thousand Autumns Ink Forest will never allow the eastern continent to be submerged. Recalling the humiliation inflicted by the 2 void refinement cultivators from the Jellyfish Palace, Heoran Yikixian roared, and unleashed the holy power of the Thousand Autumn Yuanyang ruler. Suddenly, a vast expanse of purple energy appeared in the sky above the eastern continent, which had originally been divided into 2 parts. It transformed into auspicious clouds, carrying the phantom of a purple jade ruler as it emerged. Has the celestial venerable returned after achieving Tao? Why are the 2 great holy lands of Jiangsu going so far as to use their Tao-attaining treasures to protect the 5 elements sect? Seeing that Heoran Yikixian also unleashed the Thousand Autumn Yuanyang ruler, the nascent soul cultivators present were somewhat numb, and this thought flashed through their minds. While the Thousand Autumns Ink Forest and the Misty Palace are indeed worthy of being called sacred sites, they would absolutely not have done this much for the 5 elements sect without sufficient justification. After all, in the vast expanse of the heavenly river realm, there have been countless holy lands that have been destroyed by alien races or even true spirits. The 2 major sects usually only offer verbal condemnation in such cases, and even if they do offer assistance, they usually only send a few nascent soul cultivators. This is the first time in history that someone has used the treasures of enlightenment for another. Upon seeing the appearance of the 2 Tao-attaining treasures at the Jellyfish Palace, Nangongjin immediately stopped activating the primordial water control flag and turned to a Yue beside him, saying, "Elder, we have no way to deal with the 5 elements sect today. As the foundation of our sect, we should not act rashly and ascend for this matter." Upon hearing his words, Ayue, who had just been about to fight the Spirit Lord, almost ground her teeth to powder. However, the combined power of the Taixu measuring ruler and the Kainkyu Yuanyang ruler was indeed something that the primordial water control flag could not withstand. Very well, very well. I never expected that you righteous people of the human race would dare to cover this up like this. I will go to the Jellyfish Palace in the immortal realm and have the ancestor find Sage Kainkyu and true King Takesu. Even under these circumstances, Aue still couldn't resist saying some harsh words. This matter could have been resolved very simply and easily. It is because you mermaids from the Jellyfish Palace are arrogant and conceited that things have become so difficult to handle. Even if we appeal to the celestial realm, you will be wronged instead of being right. After the immortal general Haoran Yiki unleashed the 1,000 Autumn Yuanyang ruler, he swept away the previous defeat he had suffered against Liangsu of the Water Mother Palace and coldly snorted as he rebuked him. We, the Jellyfish Palace, will remember this humiliation. Although her cultivation surpassed that of the Haoran Yiki immortal, Aue dared not make a move in front of the Kainkyu Yuanyang ruler. She could only say this reluctantly, intending to swallow her anger and let the 5 elements sect go. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? It seems you merfolk have forgotten your place. Just then a cold voice came from the sky. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a silver-haired youth floating out from the Takesu measuring ruler, sitting upright with a cold look in his eyes. The moment they saw him, everyone felt paralyzed. This is because the void of this world is already under its control. Please calm down, senior measuring ruler. The Supreme Elder was not referring to you. Upon seeing the silver-haired youth, Nangong Jin immediately bowed respectfully. Clearly, this was the spirit of the Takesu measuring ruler. In terms of status, he is equivalent to a 7th-rank true immortal Tao Lord. Senior, I spoke without thinking in anger, please forgive me. Faced with the great void measuring ruler, Aue, who had always been arrogant, could only lower her head and apologize humbly. What's there to be angry about? I've seen you become incredibly arrogant since you arrived. The spirit of the Takesu measuring ruler snorted coldly. At this moment, the spirit of the primordial water control flag also appeared in the sky. It was a tall, blue-haired girl with a blurred face. She glanced at the opposite side and frowned slightly. What do you want? Upon hearing the primordial water control flag speak, Aue, who had been suppressed by the aura of the Takesu measuring ruler and dared not move, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone present knew that the 7th level was about to begin negotiations. Today's scene is too ugly, and they even thought of flooding the eastern continent. This is going against the laws of heaven and earth and destroying the creation achievements of our master and others. It is a heinous crime. What do you think we should do? Even when the spirit of the primordial water control flag appeared, the Takesu measuring ruler still spoke in a cold tone, as if it truly intended to punish him. The cause of this matter is that the human race is unwilling to return the Taoist scriptures left by their master. The fault lies with the human race. Before the primordial water control flag made its move, it naturally heard the story from the Water Mother Palace and believed that it was in the right. HMPH, it seems you've been deceived. I'm different. The vast void is all within my sight. As they spoke, the Takesu measuring ruler reached out and scooped up a bubble from the void, flicked it into the air, and soon Azzy and Yuanming appeared through the teleportation array. The entire process that led to their current situation was reenacted in front of the 3 7th-order magic artifacts. Although he is in the right, he is being rude. Kainkyu Yuanyang ruler, who had remained silent until now, finally offered a comment. After reading the primordial water control flag, he turned to look at the group from the Water Mother Palace. I usually sleep in the eye of the sea and do not concern myself with palace affairs. I never thought that the behavior of you younger generation would have deteriorated to this extent. Upon hearing this, Aue knew that the primordial water control flag was very dissatisfied with her way of doing things. In an instant, she broke out in a cold sweat. Although the merfolk are powerful in the Water Mother Palace, and the leader of the immortal realm is their ancestor, even the ancestor is a junior in the face of the primordial water control banner. Please forgive me, senior. I was misled by my disciples. They are usually very obedient in front of me, but I never imagined they would be so domineering outside. I came here in a huff after receiving the news, having only believed what they said. Without any hesitation, Aue immediately shirked all responsibility. Azai and Yuanming's lips moved slightly, but they knew that under these circumstances, it was best for them to keep quiet. Otherwise, even if they manage to return alive, they won't have a good time in the Jellyfish Palace. Go back to the Jellyfish Palace, seal your cultivation, and be confined to the CI for 100 years. The primordial water control flag immediately punished Aue, who dared not utter a word of protest and immediately got up and obediently headed towards the teleportation array. The celestial measuring ruler of the void squinted its eyes and made no comment. After all, we can't really let the primordial water control flag execute a void refining cultivator over such a trivial matter. Grandma, I'll go to solitary confinement with you. Seeing Aue leave, Azai, who was still in front of the spirit lord, immediately broke out in a cold sweat. After calling out, she lowered her head and turned to follow. Of course, when she left, she didn't forget to help the severely injured and crippled Yuan Ming. They came with such arrogance, and now they leave in such a sorry state. Chen Mobai couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Now, you should know who I am, right?" The mockery that Azzy had faced from Chen Mobai was now being turned on her. The immense humiliation made the two merfolk who had just stepped into the teleportation array tremble, but no matter how angry they were, neither of them dared to turn around. Because their once proud strength and foundation have been utterly defeated in the eastern continent today. If it weren't for the fact that the Jellyfish Palace still had some face, according to local rules, the two great Dao-attaining treasures would probably have wiped out their entire family before they would have been satisfied. If something is done wrong, someone has to take responsibility. But at that moment, the Tai Su measuring ruler suddenly spoke, and then the intercontinental teleportation array was immediately sealed. Upon hearing this, the primordial water control flag narrowed its eyes. It was a bit unexpected that even after Liangsu had been confined for 100 years, the other party still wouldn't let go. When the two seventh-order artifact spirits were facing off, Nangong Jin, who had been silent all along, stepped forward at this moment. He bowed to the primordial water control flag and said, "I'm sorry to have troubled you with this matter, Senior. I will apologize to you after I return to the palace. Let us juniors handle it for now." "Not bad, not bad. After all, it's a matter between the younger generation. The three of us old folks can just give them a few words of reprimand and that'll be enough." Kainkyu Yuanyang Kai's voice rang out. Originally, according to his plan, suppressing the Water Mother Palace would have been enough. But unexpectedly, the usually indifferent Takesu measuring ruler became so persistent. The assembled nascent soul cultivators were all afraid that the two seventh-tier magic weapons would actually clash. Hyorin Yikixian immediately spoke up, saying that he would discuss a solution to this matter with Nangong Jin, and that it would definitely satisfy both parties. "Let's deal with it now. I want to see if both sides are satisfied." Upon hearing this, the Takesu measuring ruler immediately crossed its legs on its own body, allowing Nangong Jin and Chen Mobai to discuss the matter. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present knew that this meant they were going to support Chen Mobai. "Yuan Ming, you should end it yourself." Nangong Jin, however, said this directly to Yuan Ming, who was being supported by Azzy. "Sect leader I." Yuan Ming's lips trembled, and he seemed very excited, showing no trace of his initial indifference and arrogance. "Now is the time for you to serve your sect faithfully." Nangong Jin said another sentence, his expression calm. Severely injured and weakened, Yuan Ming clenched his fists, his face contorted and let out a mournful cry. After a long while, with tears streaming down his face, he raised his right hand, mustered his last bit of strength and slapped his forehead. With a bang, Yuan Ming's head exploded, his brain matter and blood splattering all over Azai's dazed body, turning him into a headless corpse that fell from her arms. Yuan Ming deceived his superiors and instigated conflict between the Five Elements sect and the Water Mother Palace. Now that he has been beheaded, are you satisfied, fellow Taoist Chen? Nangong Jin turned around, pointed at Yuan Ming's corpse and said to Chen Mobai. This scene left everyone stunned. Although I knew that the Jellyfish Palace might bow down, I never expected it to bow down like this. The master of this Jellyfish Palace is no ordinary person. Well, if you're not satisfied, let him kill another one. At this moment, the Takesu measuring ruler spoke again. Thinking that Chen Mobai was young and couldn't stand this scene, it pointed to Azzy, who was trembling all over and had a terrified expression. Thank you, senior, that's all for now. Chen Mobai sighed, knowing that after today, the feud between the Five Elements sect and the Water Mother Palace was officially established. Snort. With a final cold snort, the primordial water control flag caused the endless ocean in the sky to begin to shift from its deepest depths to a more ethereal state. The water-based power that had been boiling and gathering throughout the heavenly river realm calmed down once more as this innate spiritual treasure disappeared. As the innate spiritual treasure receded, Haoran Yiki Immortal immediately retrieved the Thousand Autumn Yuanyang ruler. The forest of ink and brush is a rule established by the sages, and as the Holy Lord, I'm entitled to wield and utilize this treasure for attaining enlightenment. However, the Tai Su measuring ruler did not disappear. Instead, it flew down and stared intently at Chen Mobai. Many thanks to the patriarch for his help this time. Upon seeing the silver-haired youth descend, Takesu Immortal immediately paid his respects. Chen Mobai also expressed his gratitude and bowed, saying, "Senior, we will forever remember your life-saving grace." After all, the key to making the Jellyfish Palace retreat this time was the intervention of the Great Void True King's Tao-attaining treasure. If it hadn't arrived, the vast Qi Immortal certainly wouldn't have followed. The silver-haired youth sat atop the Takesu measuring ruler, circling around Chen Mobai before nodding in realization. "You are a void spirit body, no wonder." Upon hearing this, all the nascent soul cultivators present were once again greatly surprised. This is one of the most outstanding immortal bodies in the cultivation world. If she were to join the Takesu Misty Palace, she would at least receive the same treatment as Shan Myasu. What a pity! If we had discovered it earlier, you would have been the perfect candidate to become the next sect leader of our sect. Takesu Xian was also very sorry to hear this. I recommend a new book, The Kitchen God. A single iron pot cooks all the flavors of life. A single fire in the stove carries on 1,000-year-old belief. Song Wuji unexpectedly obtained the kitchen god's divine status and embarked on the path of culinary cultivation. End of this chapter. Chapter 1333, Innate Void Spirit Body. Chapter 1333, Innate Void Spirit Body. Takesu Immortal had actually suspected that Chen Mobai was a void spirit body when he witnessed Chen Mobai using the vacuum body technique. However, by then Chen Mobai had already become a powerful figure and would certainly not defect to the Takesu Misty Palace, so he pretended not to know. He is not an ordinary void spirit. But at this moment, the spirit of the Takesu measuring ruler spoke again. Takesu Immortal was slightly taken aback, then looked at Chen Mobai with some surprise and asked, "How many void spirit runes does fellow Taoist possess?" "What are void runes?" Chen Mobai looked puzzled and asked, not understanding. "Reach out your hand and hold mine." Just as Takesu Xian was about to explain, Takesu measuring ruler extended one end of its seated form in front of Chen Mobai. After hesitating for a moment, the latter obediently complied. Chen Mobai grasped the Takesu measuring ruler with both hands. The mysterious patterns covering the pure white ruler began to light up one by one, until all the patterns were illuminated, radiating a dazzling silver light. Perfect body. Seeing this, all the nascent soul cultivators in the Takesu Misty Palace gaped in disbelief. As expected, you are a complete void spirit. If you grow to your full potential, you can unleash my full power. The spirit of the void measuring ruler looked gratified. Are there distinctions between complete and incomplete void spirits? Chen Mobai was somewhat curious, since such a physique was extremely rare, so neither the Immortal sect nor the Longevity sect had any relevant knowledge about it. Fellow Taoist Chen, the void spirit body is a celestial body that is naturally close to the Tao and has its own void spirit patterns. However, because the complete Tao imprint is too powerful, most of the void spirit bodies of my human race only have spirit patterns on a part of their body. For example, I have 2 legs, while my junior nephew Shan has 2 hands. Only those whose entire body is covered with void spirit patterns can be called complete bodies. The body forging technique of my Takesu Misty Palace, when the void body is cultivated to the 6th level of perfection, is called the complete body. At that time, the entire void Great Tao is imprinted on the body, and as long as there is a space in the Great Tao, one can advance to the 7th level at any time. So if you switch your allegiance to my Takesu Misty Palace now, perhaps 10,000 years later, you will be the sect leader of Takesu Misty Palace in the Lingkong Immortal Realm. Takesu Xian said with an envious look. It was at this moment that he finally understood why the Grandmaster Takesu Zhenwang had specially created a void illusion to descend to the mortal realm and impart the 4 books of Takesu to Chen Mobai. Such a gem was not discovered by their lower realm Takesu Pyomil Palace, and the patriarch had to go through all that trouble himself. It was truly a sin. However, this matter is definitely not Jiang Shuyu's fault. It can only be said that De Kong is too lazy to govern. Thinking of this, Taixu Xian glanced up at De Kong Zhenjun, who was still in shock beside him, and wondered how to make him take the blame. Bring out the 4 volumes of Taixu. At this moment, the spirit of the Taixu measuring ruler suddenly spoke. After hearing this, Chen Mobai hesitated even more, since the 4 volumes of the Great Void that the mysterious old man had passed on to him did not contain the Dharma realm. But at this point, he had no choice but to respectfully take the items out of his storage bag. To Chen Mobai's surprise, the spirit of the Taixu measuring ruler, after glancing at it, did not retract it, but instead touched it with its own long ruler. In an instant, mysterious and intricate silver-gray spiritual patterns suddenly lit up on the cover of the seemingly unremarkable 4 volumes of the Great Void, and then seemed to dissipate into the air and disappear. I have removed the void restrictions on these for you. You can continue your cultivation by referring to these 4 volumes of inheritance. After you ascend to the spirit void immortal realm in the future, take these 4 volumes with you to pay respects to your master. These words from the spirit of the Taixu measuring ruler confirmed something for Chen Mobai. The mysterious old man I met at the Big Dipper conference was indeed the true king of the void. So it seems that Chen Yang already knew about him obtaining the tortoise treasure. Even those who travel between the 2 realms might be right under its nose. After all, the origin of the tortoise treasure is the magical artifact held in the hands of its deity statue. Looking back now, the statue of the true god of Taixu in the Taixu temple, holding a jade ruler in his left hand and a tortoise-shaped treasure in his right, was actually already revealing the truth. However, the mysterious old man from back then was completely different from the majestic statue, so Chen Mobai couldn't be sure. In that case, wouldn't he be considered a disciple of the true king of the void in the heavenly river realm? According to the seniority system of Zixale Palace, he should be the junior brother of Taixu Zhenwang. However, considering that Taixu measuring ruler saved him and the 5 elements sect, Chen Mobai felt that becoming Taixu Zhenwang's disciple was not unacceptable. As long as teacher Zixale has no objection, that's fine. Stretch out your hand. Just then, the spirit of the Taixu measuring ruler spoke again. Chen Mobai didn't hesitate at all this time and stretched out both hands. The Taixu measuring ruler landed in Chen Mobai's left palm and tapped it lightly. A silver-gray spiritual rune lit up on Chen Mobai's palm and instantly spread all over his body. Chen Mobai first felt a sharp pain in his palm, followed by a wave of comfort throughout his body, as if he were receiving a massage. The nascent soul cultivators of the Taixu Misty Palace, including Taixu Immortal and Dakang Zhenjun, were filled with envy upon witnessing this scene. After the Taixu Misty Palace recruits disciples with void spiritual bodies, they must be taken to Zhangzhou to have the Taixu measuring ruler examine them to determine which parts of their bodies have void spiritual patterns, and then the corresponding cultivation techniques will be taught to them. Now, Chen Mobai's entire body is glowing with silver-gray spiritual patterns, which signifies that he has reached his complete form. It should be noted that in all the years since the Taixu Misty Palace was established, it has never recruited a fully formed true spirit serpent, except for those generated from the void. Chen Mobai was the first. Moreover, it was not cultivated later in life. It can be called an innate void spirit body. I left a mark on your palm. Remember this incantation. You can activate it in times of crisis, and its strongest power can reach the 7th level. After tapping his palm, the spirit of the Taixu measuring ruler said this. Chen Mobai was extremely excited. If there weren't so many outsiders present, he would have even shamelessly asked the artifact spirit to knock a few more times. He is not afraid of pain. But after transmitting the incantation, the Taixu measuring ruler turned into silver light and disappeared from the spot. Thank you for bestowing this teaching upon me, senior. Seeing this, Chen Mobai thanked him with unprecedented respect, then put the unsealed Taixu 4 books back into his storage bag. If it weren't for the Taixu measuring ruler's reminder, he wouldn't have known that there was a hidden follow-up to this. Respectfully bidding farewell to the ancestral master, the nascent soul cultivators from the nearby Taixu Misty Palace, led by Taixu Immortal, also bowed towards the direction of Zhangzhou. After sending away the Taixu measuring ruler, Chen Mobai turned around and discovered something strange. Fellow Taoist Nangong is still here. Taixu Xian saw Nangong Jin standing still and asked with some surprise. The teleportation array seems to have been sealed by the senior and cannot be used. Nangong Jin, calmly pointed to the center of the suspended platform and explained why he hadn't left. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai suddenly realized that Nangong Jin was waiting to discuss something, or perhaps to have another battle with the five elements sect after the Taixu measuring ruler left. "Let me take a look." Taixu Xian nodded and arrived in front of the intercontinental teleportation array. Although there had been some conflict between Taixu measuring ruler and primordial water control flag, the Water Mother Palace was, after all, the #1 power in the Heavenly River realm, and there was no need to offend it to death. But after the examination, Taixu Xian looked embarrassed. Because with his cultivation level, he was not capable of breaking the spell of this teleportation array. "We can't possibly summon the celestial measuring ruler again, just for this matter." Taixu Immortal was certain that if he did that, he would definitely not see a pleasant expression from the artifact spirit. "Fellow Taoist Nangong, it may be tiring for you to travel back to Tianhai from the 9th heaven. If you can't use a teleportation array, this is the fastest way." After listening to Taixu Xian's words, Nangong Jin nodded. He rarely showed any emotional fluctuations, and it was unclear whether this was due to his personality or the cultivation method he practiced. However, the leader of the Jellyfish Palace has already been placed at the top of Chen Mobai's list of greatest enemies. "Fellow Taoist Chen, if you have time in the future, you are welcome to visit the Jellyfish Palace. There is no deep-seated hatred between our two sects." As he was leaving, Nangong Jin suddenly said something to Chen Mobai. Chen Mobai remained silent in response. Given his personality, there is absolutely no way he would allow himself to go to the enemy's main base in Tianhai. If they go, it's estimated that Ayue, the supreme elder of the Jellyfish Palace, will immediately bully the weak, and even the primordial water control flag might secretly intervene. After all, today's events caused the Jellyfish Palace to lose a nascent soul cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul stage, and in front of so many righteous nascent soul cultivators, it also caused them to lose face as a palace. According to common sense, the five-element sect and the Jellyfish Palace should already be mortal enemies. Seeing that Chen Mobai did not respond, Nangong Jin did not wait. He created waves under his feet, as if a long river carried him up to the 9th heaven. Seeing this, Azzy cleaned up Yunaming's body and immediately followed. In her eyes, the five-element sect was now a den of dragons and tigers. She was terrified that Nangong Jin would abandon her in such a dangerous place. Seeing that the two people from the Jellyfish Palace had left, King Feng Zhenjun and the other guests who had participated in the nascent soul ceremony also took their leave. After today, the landscape of the Heavenly River realm will undergo a major transformation. Outside of the palace, the five-element sect, with its foundation in the void refinement stage, is undoubtedly the strongest in the eastern continent, and even ranks among the top 3 among the holy lands of the human race across the 5 continents and 4 seas. They need to go back and make the necessary arrangements and adjustments regarding this matter. The main conflict lies between the five-element sect and the Water Mother Palace. Friction is likely inevitable in the future. They must avoid getting involved in the war between these two major powers. After all, not everyone can get the Taixu measuring ruler to step in and support them. Chen Mobai was very polite and, together with Kingnu, saw the guests off one by one. However, because the intercontinental teleportation array of the eastern continent was sealed by the Taixu measuring ruler, the nascent soul cultivators of other continents could only return from the 9th heaven, just like Nangong Jin. Of course, if you're not in a hurry, you can also travel overseas and enjoy the beautiful scenery at sea. "Fellow Taoist Chen, you must attend the next Holy Tao Conference." When Haoran Yiqixian left, he gave him countless instructions. Now, Chen Mobai is undoubtedly the pillar of the righteous path, unlike before when he was dispensable. If he weren't at the Holy Path gathering, the Thousand Autumns ink and brush forest would definitely be the subject of much discussion, with people thinking that the grudge between him and true Lord Yiyuan was still ongoing. "As long as I am still in the Heavenly River realm, I will definitely come." Chen Mobai couldn't refuse either. After all, the Haoran Yiki Immortal had used the Kainkyu Yuanyang ruler this time. Although it was just following the trend, it was still a huge favor for the five-element sect. If it weren't for the Thousand Autumns primordial Yang ruler, the primordial water control flag might not have given in so quickly against the void measuring ruler. However, since the Holy Path Assembly is held only once every 10 cycles of 60 years, Chen Mobai estimated that he might have reached the void realm by now, so he added a prerequisite. With your words of comfort, fellow Taoist, I am relieved. Before the great upheaval in the world, I and several elders plan to temporarily organize a new holy Tao assembly. Heoran Yiqixian revealed this plan, which is still in preparation, and is mainly about the battle between good and evil swords. Before Liangsu can descend, the righteous and the evil will definitely have to fight each other. This was also the agreement between Taixu Immortal and the Lord of the Central Demonic Path. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai knew that he probably had no choice but to participate. After all, he owed Taixu Immortal a real debt of gratitude for saving his life. At this moment, Feng Qingshu also came to say goodbye. Fellow Taoist Chen, the power of the great Tao that I saw you using to fight against the Tai Su immortal light before seemed to be the Nirvana great Tao. Feng Qingshu asked a question. After all, the Nirvana book is the supreme inheritance of the Phoenix clan, and it has left many records about the great Tao of Nirvana. Although she had personally witnessed Chen Mobai comprehend the Nirvana Tao, only a few years had passed, and he was already able to apply and master it. Such talent left Feng Qingshu in awe. It should be noted that, although she could take the step of refining to the void realm at any time, she had only comprehended the acquired great Tao. She did not even dare to try the innate Nirvana great Tao. I also want to thank the Wudong divine tree for allowing me to comprehend this. In addition, when I was repairing the strings of the zither, I resonated with the 9 tribulations heavenly phoenix zither. After returning, I secluded myself for a long time, which deepened my understanding of this great Tao. Chen Mobai nodded, making no attempt to hide anything. His path to Nirvana was indeed entered through the Nirvana book. Without this great Tao, there would be no good way to deal with Hanneming's primordial immortal light. If you ascend to the immortal realm and are troubled by the Jellyfish Palace, you can go to the Heavenly Phoenix Valley. The Heavenly Spider ancestor is there and will definitely protect you. Before leaving, Feng Qingshu said this. Upon hearing this, Taixu Xian narrowed his eyes, wanting to remind her that this wasn't someone their Tianfeng Valley could recruit. However, since the true king of Taixu did not announce it, he could not reveal Chen Mobai's true identity. He is their junior grandmaster of the Taixu Misty Palace. However, today, the Taixu measuring ruler took action to resist the primordial water control flag for Chen Mobai's sake. I think that a smart person would be able to guess what happened after returning to the Linkong immortal realm. End of this chapter. Chapter 1334, The Primordial Origin Book. Chapter 1334, The Primordial Origin Book. The 9 Heavens. Nangong Jin carried Azzy as if walking on flat ground. The surrounding thunder could not even get close to him. This incident has caused our palace to lose face across the 5 continents and 4 seas, and even resulted in the loss of a venerable one. When we return, we will have to give an explanation to the other elders. Suddenly, Nangongjin spoke calmly. Azzy couldn't help but tremble. The Jellyfish Palace suffered a crushing defeat in the eastern continent. Although Yuan Ming's life was used to quell the righteous path of the human race, someone within the palace must also be held responsible for this. As for those involved in this matter, Han Ming has already ascended to immortality, and a Yue, as a supreme elder at the refinement void realm, has been sent to the heavenly Sea Pass for confinement by the primordial water control flag. So the only one still alive is Azzy. At other times, Azzy could still hope that Ayu, as her great-grandmother, would protect her. But this time, it might be that Ayue most wants her to die, to take the blame and bear all the responsibility. Palace Master, please save me. After thinking it through, Azzy didn't hesitate at all. Tears welled up in her eyes as she pitifully begged Nangong Jin for help. Although you merfolk are quite arrogant in Tianhai, you have been a bit too arrogant in this matter. Moreover, it seems a bit too much that the 2 supreme elders have mobilized you and Yunaming for such a trivial matter. Is there a reason that I, as the palace master, am unaware of? Nangong Jin asked about his doubts. Within the Jellyfish Palace, the various aquatic races are led by the merfolk, which makes it difficult for him, a human-born sect leader, to command them effectively, even though he is at the void refining realm. This time, with Hanneming ascending to immortality and Ayu being confined, it was the best opportunity for Nangong Jin to seize power. However, before that, he still wanted to find out the truth. It's clear that Azzy and Yunaming, the 2 nascent soul cultivators, couldn't have left Tianhai this time simply because of a jade slip containing elixir recipes. Sect leader, if I tell you, will I be able to live? As he hesitated, the scene of Yunaming committing suicide in her arms had completely shattered her Tao heart. She was afraid that she too would be asked to die. Speak first. In response, Nangong Jin simply uttered 2 words. According to the rules of the Jellyfish Palace, he could indeed order Azi's death after returning. Now Azi's life or death is in his hands. It is the book of the primordial source. As he murmured, uttering a phrase that made Nangong Jin's expression change. What does this have to do with the book of the primordial source? The jellyfish created the world and evolved the 5 primordial elements, recording these 5 primordial principles in 5 Taoist books. The Book of Primordial Origins is one of them. It records the mysteries of the primordial beginning. The 5 Tai Dao books are the most precious inheritance of the Water Mother Palace. If one masters the 5 great immortal lights, one can even refine the heavenly river Dao fruit left behind by the jellyfish and master the supreme power to create the world. It was for this reason that all 5 Tai Dao books were originally taken to the Linkang immortal realm. Within the heavenly Sea Mother Palace, there also exist these 5 supreme Dao scriptures, copies left behind by a 7th-order being based on their own understanding. Even so, they represent the pinnacle of knowledge in the heavenly river realm. The immortal jade slip that Yu Chan stole was actually the primordial origin book left to our merfolk clan by the ancestor of the upper realm for us to comprehend. Upon hearing Azi's words, Nangong Jin frowned and immediately asked, "Is it the original copy of the 5 Tai Dao scriptures?" Azi, no, it was copied by the ancestor himself after he merged with the Dao. However, because it was left to the clan alone, it did not comply with the palace rules, so it was disguised as a fairy book jade slip. Only those who cultivate the corresponding techniques or know the incantation can see the true appearance of the primordial origin book. Yu Chan was the great-grandmother's maid. After learning about this, she wanted to get rid of her lowly status, so she stole the great-grandmother while she was in seclusion. That's why, after the incident, she spared no effort to use a curse technique to shatter Yu Chan's soul. After listening to Azi's words, Nangong Jin looked enlightened. The ancestor of the merfolk was one of the earliest beings to follow the jellyfish and the first to attain enlightenment, but he was not the only one to attain enlightenment in the Jellyfish Palace. As for the 5 great Tao scriptures, which are the foundation of the Water Mother Palace, theoretically, apart from those at the 7th level, cultivators at the refining void realm can only comprehend them once. If one gains something from a single comprehension session and resonates with the great Tao of the 5 primordial elements, then one will have the opportunity to comprehend the original Tao and become a true immortal Tao seed cultivated by the Water Mother Palace. For example, Nangong Jin was able to take the position of sect leader of the Water Mother Palace because he had some understanding of the primordial Tei Dao. The ancestor of the merfolk clearly hoped that his descendants would achieve great things, so he left behind a copy of the 5 great Taoist books. Compared to Nangong Jin and the others, who only have one chance, the merfolk's practice of emptiness allows them to comprehend it countless times. No wonder Han Ming, with his talent, was able to cultivate the primordial immortal light. One of Nangong Jin's doubts was answered. Although both were at the void refining stage, Nangong Jin believed his talent far surpassed Han Ming's. However, the latter not only reached the nascent soul stage before him, but also obtained something from the Tai Su form book of the Water Mother Palace in the Heavenly River realm with only one chance, which Nangong Jin found unbelievable for over 1,000 years. So that's the truth. If this matter is exposed, even the one in the Jellyfish Palace of the Spirit Void Immortal Realm will have a hard time explaining it to the other true immortal Tao Lords. Nangong Jin's words filled Azi with terror. She would never have revealed this fact if her life or death hadn't been in Nangong Jin's hands. But for her, the most urgent task is to get through this current crisis first. You have received Elder Aua's empowerment, and you should have already gained some understanding of your own cultivation method from nascent soul to void refinement. After returning to the palace, I will imprison you in the cold sea cave under the pretext of punishment. If you can successfully refine to void refinement through this opportunity, you can ascend with me after the great Tao rules of the Heavenly River realm are changed, and tell the other ancestors about this matter. Nangong Jin explained his arrangements for Azi, who immediately breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing them. The Cold Sea Cave is located in the most prestigious sixth-order spiritual vein in the heavenly sea. It was previously the residence of Cold Sea, a cultivator at the void refinement stage. After Hanaming ascends to immortality, this place will certainly not be left empty. Nangong Jin's decision to send Azzy there for confinement is clearly a way of bestowing a great fortune upon her. But if Azzy fails to successfully cultivate the void realm, she'll probably be locked up there for the rest of her life and never be able to get out. However, Azzy was already very satisfied with this solution. This is why he got caught up in the struggle between several 7th-level true immortals in the Jellyfish Palace, and was forced to become a traitor to the merfolk. But we'll think about the future later. At least we've survived for now. Thinking of this, Azzy bowed to Nangong Jin and said, "Thank you, sect leader." After reaching the agreement, Nangong Jin did not linger and headed towards Tianhai in the 9 heavens at top speed. Sect leader, is the primordial origin scripture just going to be left in the 5-element sect like this? On the way back, Azzy couldn't help but ask. Although she knew that outsiders would never be able to see the primordial origin book, it was still a potential danger, which was why she wanted to bring King Nu back to the Water Mother Palace. Besides the techniques of the Water Mother Palace and the incantations of the merfolk ancestor, the primordial origin book also offers a glimpse into the whole picture. That is, it aligns with this great path, gains the approval of the Taoist scriptures, and autonomously opens up all the Taoist essence. The cultivators at the Jellyfish Palace, who comprehend the 5 great Taoist books, are all practitioners of water attribute cultivation techniques. The same is true of the ancestor of the merfolk. All the Taoist books he left behind are paths to comprehend the innate great Tao by sublimating water attribute cultivation techniques. Therefore, as the only one in the 5-element sect to have reached the nascent soul stage with water attribute cultivation techniques, Qing Nu has a very slight chance of glimpsing the primordial origin book. If it weren't in the hands of outsiders, how would it be judged in the future? In response, Nangong Jin said the following. As he was stunned at first, then her whole body trembled. She had never realized that this seemingly indifferent sect leader possessed such profound thoughts. Of course, it's also possible that she was too naive before. After this incident, Azzy realized that she was like a blank sheet of paper. But soon, Azzy began to look forward to it again. The evidence is in the hands of the 5-element sect. So, if the heavenly river realm's great Tao rules are revised in the future, and the spirit void immortal realm wants to target the merfolk ancestor, they will have to take back the primordial origin book. At that time, the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness would not be facing the heavenly sea Water Mother Palace, but rather a 7th-tier being from the immortal realm Water Mother Palace. Azzy didn't know how the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness would escape after ascending to heaven. Thinking of this, her sorrowful and painful mood felt unusually better. The reason why Nangong Jin did not retrieve the primordial origin book was not only because he did not believe that Qing Nu, a mere nascent soul cultivator, could comprehend it, but also because the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness was clearly being watched by the Taixu measuring ruler. This treasure, the Tao-attaining artifact of the true King of the Void, governs the great Tao of the Void. It can travel to the ends of the earth in the blink of an eye. If the 5-element sect were to attack, he could arrive immediately upon learning of it. Even if Nangong Jin was confident in his own strength, he dared not face the Taixu measuring ruler. Chen Mobai was naturally unaware that the immortal books and jade slips, which on the surface recorded many elixir formulas, were actually one of the supreme inheritances of the Water Mother Palace. After the divine transformation ceremony concluded, he began to clean up the mess. Although the 5-element sect won the great battle against the Jellyfish Palace, they also suffered heavy losses. The heavenly curtain and earthly network array extracted spiritual veins from the eastern wilderness. Although it did not drain them completely, it still depleted the 5-element sect's reserves accumulated over hundreds of years. After the spiritual energy in the various hubs of the Great Formation is used up, although the spiritual veins can still generate spiritual energy, almost everyone in the eastern wilderness can now cultivate immortality, and the demand for spiritual energy is enormous. Moreover, they had all paid money. If the 5-element sect couldn't provide spiritual energy, it would be a major blow to the good reputation that Chen Mobai had built up over the past 100 years. Under these circumstances, Chen Mobai could only send his second primordial spirit to Wandering Mountain to transport the spiritual energy produced by this sixth-order spiritual vein to the eastern wilderness. In addition, he used a large array to transfer the idle spiritual energy within the territory of Dongwu and Dongyi to where it was needed. After this series of operations, coupled with the daily dissolution of a massive amount of spirit stones, the spiritual energy needs of all cultivators within the five elements sect were barely met. However, this can only treat the symptoms, because the heavenly curtain and earthly network array has been too harsh this time. Many spiritual veins have been damaged in their origin, and the spiritual energy they produce in the future will gradually weaken. Some small spiritual veins have even begun to dissipate. The immortal sect had this problem after sealing the death god's incarnation, and it was only after Chen Mobai purchased a sixth-order spiritual vein from the realm gate that it was completely resolved. Under these circumstances, Chen Mobai somewhat hoped that Chen Lingaming would become a deity right now, because that way you'll have a chaos pearl to use. However, this is just wishful thinking. Chen Mobai instructed Zhuo Ming to lead the geomancers of the five elements sect to use the top-grade spirit stones from the sect's treasury and his own reserves, injecting them into the spiritual veins that had been over-extracted. In this way, the spiritual veins were repaired and enhanced. Because the incident originated with Qing Nu, after learning about it, she took out all the hundreds of millions of spirit stones she had earned over the years and asked Zhuo Ming to help her integrate them into the spiritual veins of the eastern wilderness. Even so, it would still take decades, or even centuries, to fully restore the spiritual veins to their former glory. I need to find a way to solve this problem before I ascend. Chen Mobai summoned the nascent soul elders of the five elements sect and gave them instruction. Then we can only rely on external spiritual veins for input. Zhuo Ming, who knew the situation best, shared her thoughts. Which piece of land in the surrounding area do you want to take over? I can lead the army. Upon hearing this, Mo Duguang patted the long sword at his waist and asked to fight. This nascent soul ceremony boosted the confidence of all cultivators in the five elements sect to an unprecedented level, with many disciples believing their sect to be the best in the eastern continent. There's no other reason than that he possesses the foundation of the void refinement realm. Although the Spirit Lord returned to the Dharma realm soon after the nascent soul ceremony, everyone already knew that Qing Nu was a disciple of the void refining sect. Among them, Wu Qingzhai made the greatest contribution. As for Chen Mobai gaining the favor of the Taixu measuring ruler, because it involved the Taixu true king and there was no clear information, Wu Qingzhai did not publicize it. With the understanding that their sect had the foundation to reach the void refinement stage, Mo Duguang and other cultivators of the five elements sect, adopting the mindset of locals, felt that apart from the territories of the three great holy lands of the eastern continent, all other spiritual veins should belong to them. To make up for this loss, only a sixth-order spiritual vein is available. In the eastern continent, apart from the Holy Land, the only other spiritual vein of this rank is the ancestral vein in the deepest part of the desolate ruins. But an ancient true spirit lies dormant within the ancestral vein. If we extract its spiritual energy, we might awaken it and cause chaos. Right now, we can only stop all the sect's projects that consume spiritual energy, and then capture the unclaimed spiritual veins in the three lands of desolate ruins, profound sea and desolate sea, to increase revenue and reduce expenditure. Chen Mobai explained the current situation, and then informed everyone present of the next steps. The spiritual veins of the Xuanjiao royal court are top-tier sixth order. If we incorporate them into the heavenly curtain earthly network array, all the problems can be easily solved.